Instead of. As an alternative or substitute. This movie actually shows the horrors of war instead of glorifying it. We want more people to use public transport instead of private cars. He decided to drink water instead of soft drinks in order to lose weight. We look at how far we still have to go, instead of how far we have come. In contrast. When compared to another. Exercising has a lot of benefit in contrast to being lazy all day. Being independent has a benefit in contrast to being dependent. The athlete succeeded in contrast to his injury-prone teammates. The warmth of the sun was in contrast to the coldness of the snow. Aesthetic. Concerned with beauty or the appreciation of beauty. The graphic designer created an aesthetic logo for the company. The photographer's aesthetic was focused on natural landscapes. Sport gives soaring aesthetic pleasure as religion inspires great art. Sometimes it is difficult to penetrate beyond aesthetic appreciation. Unearth. To uncover or bring to light by search. It is crucial to unearth the facts before making any conclusions. It was always safer to leave no facts for anyone else to unearth. The spy was able to unearth information about the enemy's plans. The documentary aimed to unearth the plot of the conspiracy theory. Furthermore, introducing additional points. He is lazy, and furthermore, he has no sense of responsibility. The food was delicious, furthermore, the service was excellent. He is a dedicated teacher, furthermore, he cares about his students. She finished her geography project, furthermore, she created a map. Amateur. Do an activity for pleasure, not as a job. The competition is open to both amateur and professional scientists. The new camera is designed to be easily used by amateur photographers. She is considered an amateur makeup artist because she doesn't get paid. The boat race was a chance for amateur and professional teams to compete. Although, in spite of the fact that, although the beach was crowded, we still had a lovely day. Although he was bold, he found it difficult to explain his mission. Although it doesn't look like it, the whole thing is highly organized. Although he had only entered the contest for fun, he won first prize. Extinction. A situation in which something no longer exists. Some animals are more susceptible to extinction than others. The extinction of the dinosaurs occurred millions of years ago. Deforestation has led to the extinction of many animal species. The extinction of species is a major threat to global biodiversity. However, despite whatever manner or degree He is a great athlete, however, he never won a championship. He is very intelligent, however, he struggles with social skills. The weather was beautiful, however, we decided to stay indoors. I was nervous about the presentation, however, it went smoothly. Analogy. A comparison between two similar things. An analogy could be drawn between the brain and a vast computer. Comparing a book to a movie is an analogy because they both tell a story. Just like a map, an analogy can help you navigate through a difficult topic. An analogy can be used to explain abstract ideas in a more concrete way. Revitalize. To make something grow and develop. A relaxing massage can help you revitalize after a hectic week. The Urban Renewal Project aimed to revitalize the downtown area. Listening to upbeat music can revitalize energy and boost motivation. They hope to revitalize the neighborhood by providing better housing. Still, when the situation continues to exist, travel east or travel west, a man's own home is still the best. The police still can't point out who committed the brutal crime. My brother still depends on our parents for his living expenses. There are still many people who do not have permanent homes. In order to expresses the purpose of something. Use this mixture to gargle in order to get relief from infections. The government plans to cut taxes in order to boost the economy. They were seen trying to intervene in order to control the situation. The mind needs to be fed with good nutrition in order to attain wisdom. Consensus. Agreement among all the people involved. The tribal government was based on consensus and cooperation. Everything was up for debate, but we finally reached a consensus. The team reached a consensus on the best approach to the project. He was the first to break the consensus and criticize the proposal. Otherwise. In another manner, differently. We need to be honest, otherwise, we might get caught in a lie. He seemed trustworthy, but his sly behavior proved otherwise. You need to be respectful, otherwise, people won't respect you. He claimed he was innocent, but the evidence proved otherwise. Benchmark. Measuring something in order to develop a standard. The qualifications serve as a benchmark for evaluating candidates. Her outstanding performances set a benchmark for artists in the world. The team went beyond their previous records and set a new benchmark. The achievement test was a benchmark for measuring academic growth. As a result, because of something that has done. As a result of reading every day, I improved my vocabulary. The bank mismanaged customer accounts as a result of fraud. The company suffered as a result of a failed marketing campaign. As a result of the pandemic, many businesses had to shut down. Jeopardize. To put something or someone in danger. His foolish behavior may jeopardize his whole future. Not studying for an important exam can jeopardize your grade. Neglecting to maintain your car can jeopardize its performance. Sharing sensitive information online can jeopardize your privacy. Compulsory. You must do it because of a rule or law. Taking a standardized test is compulsory for college admission. Completing a safety training course is compulsory for some jobs. These books are compulsory reading for students of engineering. It is compulsory to wear a life vest when swimming in deep water. In fact, a thing that is known to be true. Any sudden inspiration in fact cannot replace the long-term skill. The beautiful girl seemed rather aloof, in fact, she was just shy. There are some people who enjoy work, in fact, they love to work. She pretends to have various abilities she doesn't, in fact, possess. Despite. Without being prevented by something. Despite all the hours of practice and training, we lost the game. Despite my repeated assurances, Rob still looked very nervous. He persevered despite discouragement from those around him. Despite valiant efforts by the finance minister, inflation rose to 20%. Bias. A preference for one thing over another. Some religious institutions still have a strong bias against women. It's important to recognize and address bias in academic research. His reasoning was based on personal bias, making them unreliable. Bias can make us judge people unfairly without really knowing them. Outweigh. To be more significant in value or importance. The advantages of renewable energy sources outweigh the costs. The benefits of positive thinking outweigh dwelling on negativity. The advantages of this scheme more than outweigh the costs involved. The rewards of hard work outweigh the sacrifices made along the way. Withstand. To stand against a powerful and negative force. The engineer designed the bridge to withstand heavy loads. A strong relationship can withstand challenges and obstacles. The army was well trained and equipped to withstand invasion. The materials used have to be able to withstand high temperatures. In comparison. When compared with another. In comparison with the Indians, the British eat far less fish. France is relatively rich in comparison to European countries. Wages have risen, but not in comparison with the cost of living. In comparison to Minnesota, parts of New York have a similar climate. Consent. Give permission for something to happen. Kissing without consent is a violation of personal boundaries. Denying consent is not the same as being rude or disrespectful. No change may be made without the consent of all the partners. The government needs the consent of the people to pass new laws. Similarly. Similarity between two facts or events. Similarly, if you don't set goals, you won't have direction in life. Husband and wife were similarly successful in their chosen careers. Similarly, if you don't ask questions, you won't learn anything new. Similarly, if you don't seek feedback, you won't know how to improve. In general. Usually, or in most situations. I am glad to find myself in general accord with your opinions. Laughter is the best medicine for a tough situation in general. The inequalities between the sexes were mirrored in life in general. Minerals in general are not nearly as well absorbed as other nutrients. Regardless. Despite the prevailing circumstances. We should always be responsible, regardless of your age. You should always be grateful, regardless of what you have. It is important to be organized regardless of our workload. Domestic abuse can happen to anyone, regardless of gender. Adverse. Having a negative or harmful effect. The vaccine can cause an adverse reaction in some patients. The adverse environment was not suitable for the plants to grow. The adverse effects of smoking can lead to serious health problems. The team faced adverse weather conditions during their outdoor event. Coincidence. Two or more things happen at the same time. Great moments in history are so often made by happy coincidences. The fact that we both have the same birthday is just a coincidence. The plot of the novel relies too much on coincidence to be realistic. By a strange coincidence, we happen to be traveling on the same train. Meanwhile, in the intervening period of time, the sun was rising. Meanwhile, the birds were starting to sing. I went to university. Meanwhile, all my friends got well-paid jobs. The computer was updating. In the meanwhile, we took a break. The doctor examined the patient. Meanwhile, the nurse took notes. Conservation. Careful preservation and protection of something. The zoo is an institutional place for animal conservation. The marine conservation efforts aim to protect the ocean. The conservation of soil is necessary to prevent erosion. We can reduce waste through water conservation practices. Orderly. Neatly and methodically arranged. The cars were arrayed in the parking lot in an orderly fashion. Please circulate in an orderly manner to receive your exam papers. If an emergency arises, evacuate the building in an orderly manner. Remember to stay calm and navigate to the exit in an orderly manner. Therefore, as a result of something, he has pleasant manners and therefore he gained many friends. The traffic was heavy, therefore we arrived late for the meeting. She practiced her piano every day, therefore she improved my skills. Education can solve all problems, therefore its expansion is necessary. Irreparable. Impossible to repair or make it right again. The explosion caused irreparable damage to several buildings. The environmental damage caused by the oil spill was irreparable. The civil war caused irreparable damage to the country's economy. The consequences of the mistake were irreparable to the project. Camouflage. A way of hiding something. The octopus can change its color to camouflage itself in the ocean. The army used camouflage as a defense tactic to hide from the enemy. The battleships were painted in camouflage to blend with the ocean. Animals have a natural camouflage that hides them from their enemies. Topography. A detailed map of the surface features of land. The ocean current can interact with underwater topography. The weather can be affected by geography and topography. The map accurately delineates the topography of the region. Archaeological surveys assist in mapping the topography of Mars. Plummet. To fall very quickly and suddenly. The economic downturn caused real estate prices to plummet. The temperature is expected to plummet below freezing tonight. The company's sales figures plummet during the holiday season. No one wants to hold a currency that they expect to plummet in value. Domestic. Relating to, or made in your own country. The objective of the project would be to recycle domestic waste. Domestic flights are generally less expensive than international ones. Domestic violence awareness campaigns aim to break the cycle of abuse. The company advocates for fair labor practices in domestic manufacturing. Normally. Under normal or usual conditions. Depression can make it hard to do things you normally enjoy. Normally, it takes 3 or 4 years to complete the training. Avarice can cause people to do things they wouldn't normally do. Children normally feel a lot of anxiety about their first day at school. Conventional. Things that are normal and ordinary. She prefers conventional methods of cooking over modern ones. Organic farming requires more labor than conventional methods. The conventional way of greeting someone is to shake their hand. The car of the future is not a car in the conventional sense at all. Decipher. Find the meaning of something that is difficult. The decoding machine was created to decipher secret messages. The painting had an obscure meaning that was hard to decipher. At times illiterate people can recognize and decipher antique signs. He studied the photograph carefully, trying to decipher its meaning. Likewise. In a like manner, similarly. The book is well written, likewise, it has an engaging plot. Sarah is a talented singer, likewise, she is a skilled pianist. Paul always finishes his homework, likewise, you should do. Last week, we put up a fence and other neighbors did likewise. Reform. Make changes for improvement or development. The congressional debate centered on the healthcare reform. He put forward some proposals to reform the educational system. The reform in teaching methods is warmly welcomed by students. To reform his bad behaviors, his parents placed him in a boarding school. Nevertheless, despite the fact or idea just mentioned, he was busy. Nevertheless, he still made time for his family. The hike was challenging. Nevertheless, the view was worth it. He was injured. Nevertheless, he continued to play in the game. The museum was crowded. Nevertheless, we enjoyed the exhibits. Alternatively. As another choice or option. Instead of drinking soda, alternatively, you could drink water. You can go swimming or alternatively, you can go to the beach. You can watch a movie or alternatively, you can play a board game. They could go to the museum, alternatively, they could go to the zoo. Enormous. Marked by extraordinarily great size, number. The spider web was enormous, stretching across the whole room. The campus was enormous, with multiple buildings and facilities. The enormous amount of money raised for charity was impressive. The ship was enormous, and it could hold thousands of passengers. Namely, to be more exact about something. One group of people seems to be forgotten, namely, pensioners. The railroad connects two cities, namely, New York and Chicago. These are the building blocks of human genetics, namely, genes. It possesses three qualities, namely, eternality, knowledge, and bliss. Cognitive. The processes of thinking and reasoning. According to the study, caffeine can improve cognitive function. A good book can relieve boredom and improve cognitive function. Social background is the most powerful predictor of cognitive skills. As children grow older, their cognitive processes become sharper. Exacerbate. To make a bad situation or a problem worse. Long-standing poverty has been exacerbated by racial divisions. The economic downturn will exacerbate the unemployment rate. Overconsumption of sugary foods can exacerbate dental problems. His angry comments have exacerbated tensions in the negotiation process. Dysfunctional. Not behaving or working properly. The dysfunctional political system resulted in widespread corruption. The dysfunctional classroom disrupted the learning process for students. Dysfunctional communication can lead to misunderstandings and conflicts. We have been witnessing many dysfunctional families in our modern society. Contamination. The process of making something dirty or poisonous. The astronauts' food was capsuled to prevent contamination. The contamination of the soil made it unsuitable for farming. The contamination could interfere across the entire food chain. The contamination of the river caused harm to the local wildlife. Equally. Fairly and in the same manner. They agreed to share the profits equally among the partners. In a democratic system, the law applies equally to everyone. We should all be treated equally, no matter what we believe. The two teams were equally matched, but only one could win. Commence. To start happening or doing something. The camping trip will commence with setting up the tents. It is important to commence anything in an organized manner. Let's commence the training session with some warm-up exercises. Your first evaluation will be 6 months after you commence employment. Empirical. Derived from experiment and observation. The study relied on empirical evidence to make its conclusions. A valid argument is one that is supported by empirical evidence. The scientist conducted an empirical study to test their hypothesis. There is a great deal of empirical research which supports this notion. Distinction. The quality of being special or different. He made a clear distinction between his personal and professional life. The distinction between a car and a bike is how many wheels they have. The distinction between a myth and a legend is important in storytelling. There is always an absolute distinction between rural and urban facilities. Recycling. Process of converting waste into reusable material. We can all contribute by recycling and reducing industrial waste. The company has installed recycling bins for old bottles and cans. These communities are now turning to recycling in large numbers. There's a new scheme in many cities for recycling plastic bottles. Materialize. To come into perceptible existence. A sense of peace will materialize upon finding inner balance. The money they promised us has so far failed to materialize. Solutions to problems can materialize within collaborative efforts. A sense of unity began to materialize amongst the divided groups. As long as. During the whole time that you can borrow the car so long as you don't drive too fast. That there was no room for unhappiness as long as I was free. You will be seeing miracles as long as you take a deep breath. That system worked well as long as property prices continually rose. Fortunate. Favored by or involving good luck. He was fortunate in winning the lottery and becoming a millionaire. Your generosity can contribute to helping those less fortunate. She was fortunate enough to inherit wealth from her grandparents. The charity organization operates on behalf of the less fortunate. Imminent. Likely to occur very soon, at any moment. There was rioting on the streets, civil war seemed imminent. If an earthquake has occurred, aftershocks may be imminent. If you see smoke or flames, it's possible that a fire is imminent. We need firm and decisive action to deal with the imminent threat. Exacerbate. To make a problem worse. Unequal distribution of wealth can exacerbate inequality in society. Consuming alcohol can exacerbate diabetes-related health problems. Certain hormonal imbalances can exacerbate inflammation in the body. This attack will exacerbate the already tense relations between the nations. Reinforce. To give strong support to an opinion or idea. The teacher used positive feedback to reinforce good behavior. The writer used repetition to reinforce the theme of the story. The doctor prescribed medicine to reinforce the immune system. This sense of privilege tends to be reinforced by the outside world. Hence. As a consequence, for this reason. The flight was delayed, hence, we had to wait at the airport. The roads were covered in ice, hence it was not safe to drive. The game was amazing, hence, I recommended it to my friends. The project was successful, hence, the team was praised by the boss. Ecology. The relationship of living things to their environment. The microbial ecology of the ocean is complex and diverse. Fieldwork is necessary to understand the ecology of a region. The study of species diversity is an important aspect of ecology. The oil spill caused terrible damage to the ecology of the coast. Weather. To introduce alternative possibilities. It doesn't matter whether it rains or shines, we'll be here. A thief is a thief, whether he steals a diamond or a cucumber. I don't know whether Jessica will come to the cinema with me or not. We're not sure whether to stay here for dinner or go somewhere else. Transparent. Clear and easy to understand or recognize. The honest way to approach this problem is to be transparent. A democratic government is transparent and open to scrutiny. Communication can be improved by being honest and transparent. The negotiation was conducted in a transparent and open manner. Exaggeration. Extreme representation of something, or overstating. The comedian's jokes were based on exaggeration and absurdity. The singer's vocal range was not an exaggeration, it was truly impressive. The reporter was accused of using exaggeration to sensationalize the story. The artist's use of bright colors was an exaggeration of the natural landscape. Combat. Fight or contend against, oppose vigorously. The police are planning sterner measures to combat crime. Combat training emphasized survival skills in hostile environments. Combat engineers constructed fortifications to defend against attacks. The combat operation was carried out with precision and coordination. Govern. To rule over something with authority. The coach must govern the behavior of the team during games. The Department of Defense helps govern our national security. The laws of thermodynamics govern the motion of heat energy. Govern your thoughts when alone, and your tongue when in company. On the other hand, introduce a contrasting point of view. He is an able man, but on the other hand, he asks too much of us. She is fond of traveling, on the other hand, he was afraid of flying. She likes classical music, her husband on the other hand likes all kinds. I like to visit calm places, my friend, on the other hand, enjoys noisy places. Emission. A substance that goes into the air. The factory was fined for excessive emission of pollutants. The emission of greenhouse gases is causing climate change. The emission of energy from the battery powered the device. The emission from the power plant was causing global warming. Forensic. Related to scientific methods of solving crimes. The skeletal remains were carefully examined by forensic experts. The crime scene was thoroughly investigated by the forensic team. Forensic science techniques are constantly evolving and improving. We believe that forensics plays a major role in solving complex crimes. Identical. Exactly the same, or very similar. The two cars seem to be identical with the same make and model. The fraternal twins looked identical but had different personalities. The fingerprints on the document were identical to those of the suspect. The two dresses resemble closely, with identical patterns and designs. Notably. Especially or most importantly. The house had many drawbacks, most notably its location and price. Notably, labor costs are rising but not at the grade of purchase costs. Some patients, notably the elderly and the young, have greater risks. His reading skills notably improved once he started reading comic books. Convey. To communicate ideas or feelings indirectly. The actor used facial expressions to convey his emotions. The speaker struggled to convey his message to the audience. Language can be used to express emotions and convey ideas. No report can convey the great suffering that this war has caused. Rigid. Not able to be changed, or unyielding. He balanced his budgets by rigid control over daily expenditure. It's important to be rigid about your financial planning to avoid debt. Don't be afraid to be rigid about your study to minimize distractions. The structures of the buildings need to be rigid to withstand earthquakes. Fathom. Understand something complicated or mysterious. It's difficult to fathom the impact of technology on society. They couldn't fathom the reasons behind the company's success. I can't fathom how he managed to solve the complex math problem. It is difficult to fathom how these designs are knotted and connected. Eco-friendly. Earth-friendly or not harmful to the environment. We should use eco-friendly products to help reduce pollution. The company will launch a new line of eco-friendly products. A trademark can be used to show that a product is eco-friendly. The new trend for travel is to visit more eco-friendly destinations. Advocate. Giving public support, speaks in favor of something. It takes courage to challenge power and advocate for change. Many experts advocate rewarding your child for good behavior. The anti-war movement was a way to advocate for human rights. We felt that it was irresponsible to advocate the legalization of drugs. Renovate. To repair and improve something. The restaurant closed temporarily to renovate its dining area. They decided to renovate their home instead of buying a new one. He was able to renovate his home with a home improvement loan. The school decided to renovate the playground over the summer. Fabricate. Make up information that is not true. He used his intelligence to fabricate the complex problem. It is important to never fabricate information on a job application. The engineer was able to fabricate a prototype of the new product. The spy tried to fabricate a new identity to blend into the community. Moreover. In addition to what has been said, the city is diverse. Moreover, it has a rich cultural history. He is not just a hard worker. Moreover, he is also a team player. He's a great chef. Moreover, he's a successful restaurateur too. She loves to read books. Moreover, she enjoys writing stories too. Unleash. To let happen or begin something powerful. Activate your creativity and unleash your artistic side. Don't be afraid to unleash your comfort zone and try new things. The war could unleash unstoppable political and economic changes. The alien invasion was expected to unleash destruction on the planet. Aggravate. To make a bad situation worse. Cutting down the old forests may aggravate global warming. Not following the syllabus can aggravate your course expectations. Not getting enough sleep can aggravate your mood and energy levels. Consuming high-carbohydrate meals can aggravate diabetes symptoms. Plagiarism. The practice of stealing someone else's work or ideas. It's important to avoid plagiarism when writing essays. The school has a countermeasure to prevent plagiarism. The software can detect plagiarism in a student's essay. Always inspect for plagiarism before submitting any work. Genre. A particular type of literature, painting, and music. She doesn't like to read anything that isn't in the detective genre. Rock was his favorite genre of music, but he also had love for country. This singer has played various genres of music throughout his career. A romantic comedy is a hybrid genre between comedy and romance. Orchestrate. To design or organize something. The music director will orchestrate during the recording session. The conductor will orchestrate onto the stage for the grand finale. The demonstration was orchestrated to attract maximum publicity. The choreographer will orchestrate over the entire dance performance. Obliteration. The action of removing all signs of something. The volcanic eruption led to the obliteration of entire ecosystems. The military strategy focused on the obliteration of enemy supply lines. The war resulted in the obliteration of entire generations of young men. The earthquake caused widespread destruction and obliteration of homes. Conclusive. Showing that something is certainly true. Her fingerprints on the gun were conclusive proof of her guilt. The results of the experiment were unambiguous and conclusive. The survey provided conclusive substantiation for the market trend. The scientist was pleased to find conclusive evidence for his theory. Generous. Freely giving or sharing money and valuable things. Be generous with kind words, especially about those who are absent. We know we are not always angry, always jealous, and always generous. Unemployment benefits in Denmark are quite generous than other countries. The generous woman decided to donate 25% of her wealth to our organization. Evolve. To develop by gradual changes. Her company has evolved from a hobby into a thriving business. Technology continues to evolve in response to consumer demands. The company managed to evolve in spite of the economic downturn. Relationships undergo changes as people grow and evolve over time. Mnemonics. A system intended to assist or promote memory. Mnemonic techniques can be used to enhance memory power. Homonymous words can be used to create mnemonic devices. Using mnemonic devices can optimize your memory retention. Memorize through mnemonic devices to make learning easier. Incidentally. In a way that is not planned. The movie was terrible, but incidentally, the soundtrack was amazing. I didn't plan on meeting my best friend, it just happened incidentally. While hiking in the woods, I discovered incidentally a hidden waterfall. They had met incidentally at university and finished up getting married. Apathy. Lack of interest or concern, indifference. The apathy of the students was evident in their lack of participation. Many pastors said they deal with apathy and indifference at church. The general public's apathy towards environmental issues is concerning. The apathy of the committee members led to the cancellation of the event. Gargantuan. An object that's physically massive in size. The gargantuan waves crashed against the shore during the storm. The company's gargantuan profits allowed it to expand its operations. Astronomers have seen gargantuan spirals of material from a near galaxy. Despite its gargantuan size, the elephant moves gracefully through the jungle. Mitigate. To make a bad situation less severe. Wearing a life vest can help mitigate risk when we go boating. Artificial rain can be used to mitigate the impact of forest fires. These donations will mitigate the charity's immediate cash crisis. We need to mitigate the impact of overconsumption on the planet. Exacerbate. Make something that is already bad even worse. Smoking cigarettes can exacerbate inflammation in the lungs. Consuming acidic foods and beverages can exacerbate ulcers. The lack of trust between them continues to exacerbate the gap. Not wearing glasses when needed can exacerbate vision problems. Brainstorming. A method of generating ideas. Our brainstorming session resulted in a breakthrough idea. The new idea will emerge from the brainstorming session. The brainstorming process can be challenging but rewarding. Brainstorming can help us overcome obstacles and find solutions. Hierarchy. Organizing people into different ranks or levels. The space program has a hierarchy of astronauts and mission control. We observe management hierarchy in almost all types of companies. The technology industry has a hierarchy of engineers and programmers. The social hierarchy in the community was based on wealth and status. Adhere. To stick or be attached firmly to do something. Adhere through the tough times and you will come out stronger. All employees must adhere to the company's dress code policy. The athlete had to adhere to a warm-up routine before the game. The tiles may not adhere properly if you do not use the correct glue. Arrival. Emergence of a new development or action of arriving. The whole family is anxiously awaiting the arrival of the new baby. The arrival of the emergency ambulance meant someone needed help. The manager's arrival at the factory stimulated the workers into activity. The arrival of the new law changed the legal system of the community. Formulate. Developed according to an orderly plan. The committee is working to formulate policy on animal welfare. In order to make a decision, we have to formulate some options. The government is working to formulate policy on climate change. It is difficult to formulate a standard definition of a joint venture. Indeed. Without any question, undeniably. The competition was indeed tough, but he gave it his best shot. The museum tour was indeed educational, we learned about history. The speech was indeed inspiring, and it motivated us to work harder. The soccer game was indeed competitive, both teams played their best. Homogeneous. Having qualities that are similar. Japan is an example of a nation-state with a homogeneous population. The color of the sky is not homogeneous, it changes throughout the day. The mixture was homogeneous, and we could see that it was well mixed. The population of this local region has remained remarkably homogeneous. Align. Arrange something in the correct position. We must seek integrity for our values to align with our actions. The healthcare system needs to align policy with patient needs. The top and bottom line of each column on the page should align. The new employee must align in relation to the company's culture. Advanced. Far on or ahead in development or progress. Her ideas are advanced, and only a few people can understand her. In the past, Romans were known for their advanced engineering skills. The lab has recently been updated to allow for more advanced courses. An advanced calculator is needed to solve the difficult math problems. Monitoring. Carefully watch and check a situation. Mentoring and monitoring are important parts of teaching. Routine checkups are crucial for monitoring students' progress. Information was collected by monitoring the students' behavior. Security cameras provide protection by monitoring the classrooms. Hibernation. An extended period of remaining inactive. The birds keep in hibernation by finding shelter in dense foliage. The bear can outcompete other animals in strength and hibernation. The insects keep in hibernation by slowing down their metabolic rate. The animals are kept in hibernation to survive the harsh winter conditions. Fabricate. Make up information that is not true. Their plan is to fabricate the house out of synthetic materials. It's better to be truthful than to fabricate beyond your intentions. The engineer was able to fabricate a custom part for the machine. A new technique to fabricate silicon condenser microphone is presented. Subsequently. Happening after something else. The road was closed and subsequently, they had to take a detour. Was arrested and subsequently sentenced to 10 years imprisonment. The weather was bad and subsequently, they had to cancel their plans. The appointment was missed and subsequently, they had to reschedule. Chronic. Problems lasting for a long time, difficult to cure. The doctor prescribed a new medication for my chronic pain. He has a chronic knee injury that has forced him to quit football. About 4% of the prison population have chronic psychiatric illnesses. He has a chronic injury in his elbow because he plays so much tennis. Numeracy. Ability to do basic mathematics. Improving numeracy can enhance logical reasoning abilities. Numeracy skills are crucial for interpreting data and statistics. Elementary education focuses on literacy and numeracy skills. Developing numeracy skills can improve accuracy in calculations. Instinct. The natural tendency of humans and animals. Protecting your loved ones with all your might is a natural instinct. The survival instinct is what keeps us alive in dangerous situations. She has a motherly instinct to protect and nurture those around her. It is predicted that our instinct says our future might be more prosperous. Halt. To stop from happening or developing. Don't forget to halt along the way and take a break from studying. When the children's play got too noisy, their mother called a halt. Even protests could not halt the destruction of the historic building. He criticized the government for failing to halt the economic decline. Profound. Having intellectual depth and insight. The death of a celebrity can have a profound impact on society. The complexity of the human mind can be profound and intriguing. Over the long term, this project will make a far more profound impact. The profound impact of art on our culture cannot be underestimated. Aerial. Existing, happening, or operating in the air. The drone was suspended up in the air, capturing aerial footage. The radio control helicopter performed daring aerial acrobatics. Bees have half a dozen aerial dances to indicate where to find nectar. Aerial photography has revolutionized the study of marine archaeology. Jeopardy. Hazard or risk of, or exposure to loss. The company's financial position is in jeopardy due to a recent lawsuit. Not attending mandatory meetings can put your participation in jeopardy. Thousands of animal species are in jeopardy as a result of the oil spillage. The team's lack of coordination put their chances of winning in jeopardy. Comparatively. As compared to something else. The air quality in this region is better, comparatively speaking. The device is comparatively easy to install and cheap to operate. We prefer to work with a comparatively small number of clients. Man is a comparatively new creature on the surface of the earth. Retain. To keep or continue to have something. It's important to retain your manners when meeting new people. Your attitude towards learning can determine how much you retain. Memorizing by understanding helps you retain information longer. If you want to retain youthful vigor, you have to take regular exercise. Curriculum. Subjects offered by an educational institution. The new math curriculum is integrated with technology. The curriculum helps us become well-rounded learners. The medical school curriculum is rigorous and challenging. The Education Ministry has proposed a new national curriculum. Prudent. Wise or judicious in practical affairs. The budget surplus is a reflection of prudent financial planning. It is prudent to be aware of your surroundings when walking alone. It's prudent to ask for help when you don't understand something. She made a prudent decision to prioritize her health and well-being. Camouflage. Disguise the presence of a person or object. The limbless lizard was able to camouflage itself in the sand. The insect's wings can camouflage as a leaf to avoid predators. The butterfly can camouflage itself as a flower to attract prey. Pink is said to be one of the best camouflage colors for the desert. Connotation. Something suggested by a word or thing. Connotation is what a word means, but it is not its definition. The words can have a different connotation in different contexts. It is the context which infuses any word with powerful connotation. In many societies, care homes for the elderly have negative connotations. Pedagogy. The method and practice of teaching. He is an expert in pedagogy and curriculum development. Curriculum, pedagogy, and student outcomes are interrelated. The educator illuminated the pedagogy of the teaching method. She has a broad knowledge of educational psychology and pedagogy. Jargon. Special words that used in a particular field. The investor's prospectus was verbose, with too much legal jargon. The technical jargon used in the manual was difficult to comprehend. When presenting your research, keep it simple and avoid using jargon. The report was full of jargon, leading to confusion among the readers. Summon. Formally call for the presence of someone. The king would summon his knights to the castle for a meeting. She has been summoned to appear at St. Albans Magistrates' Court. The judge ordered the defendant to be summoned before the court. At least 3 arguments can be summoned in support of this position. Conversely, In an opposite way. In practical life, nobody was all bad, nor, conversely, all good. The vacation wasn't all good, and conversely, it wasn't all bad. He is a Democratic voter, his brother, conversely, is a Republican. Miles struggles in math, but conversely, he is good at essay writing. Ancestor. Person related to you who lived a long time ago. The tribal religion was based on animism and ancestor worship. Ancestor worship is an integral part of certain religious traditions. Evolution suggests that all living organisms share a common ancestor. We feel a connection to our ancestors even though we never met them. Dwindle. To become less in number, reduce in size or intensity. The number of attendees at the conference is starting to dwindle. The students' attention span began to dwindle during the long lecture. The number of people going to the cinema seems to dwindle steadily. The interest in the topic started to dwindle away as new trends emerged. Keen. Having or showing eagerness. A keen sense of observation allows a person to become mentally strong. You need a keen sense of observation to do well as a private investigator. People who misspell words are usually those who are not keen observers. The detective's keen senses allowed him to obtain the truth from his suspect. Supervise. Observe and direct the work of someone. An executive officer was appointed to supervise the arrangements. The security guard will supervise the building during the night shift. An executive officer was appointed to supervise the arrangements. A housing association will coordinate and supervise development activity. Intonation. The rise and fall of the voice in speaking. The teacher had good intonation and a pure tone in English. She picked up the correct intonation from native speakers. Phonograms can be used to teach word stress and intonation. The vocal intonation of the English language is difficult to master. Confidential. Indicating that what one says is private or secret. The confidential documents were guarded by a security system. The company's confidential information was stolen by a hacker. The journalist obtained a confidential document through a source. The confidential information was leaked into the public domain. Knotty. Complicated and difficult to solve. The knotty problem of deforestation requires sustainable practices. Under his leadership, many knotty problems were smoothly solved. The lecture on quantum mechanics was knotty and difficult to follow. The conversation with the artist was knotty and required creativity. Profound. Having intellectual depth and insight. Over the long term, they will make a far more profound impact. The complexity of the human mind is a profound subject of study. The profound impact of art on our culture cannot be underestimated. Despite the decay, the mosque somehow retained a profound grandeur. Evaluate. To judge the quality of something. The teacher will evaluate our essays for grammar mistakes. Self-analysis allows us to evaluate our progress and growth. Take time to reflect inside and evaluate your personal growth. Benchmarking can be used to evaluate students' performance. Kinesthetic. Having to do with movement or sensation. Kinesthetic learners may excel in careers that involve physical movement. The athlete's kinesthetic intelligence helped him excel in multiple sports. Kinesthetic activities can help improve memory and retention of information. There are three main modes of learning: visual, auditory, and kinesthetic. Deal with. To take action in order to achieve something. We must deal with the situation before it gets out of hand. He was able to deal with his captivity by keeping a journal. Doctors often sense uneasiness in the people they deal with. You have to have such a lot of patience when you're dealing with kids. Accordingly. In a way that is suitable for the situation. We have to discover what his plans are and act accordingly. Think ahead to your budget and plan your expenses accordingly. He worked long hours, and accordingly, he received a promotion. Circumstances have changed, and we need to adapt accordingly. Augment. Increase the amount or strength of something. The athlete wants to augment their endurance by running more. The company used advertising to augment its brand awareness. We can augment our language skills by learning a new language. To become a leader, you must augment beyond your followers. Emerging. Newly created and growing in strength or popularity. The risk of loss is higher when investing in emerging markets. The photographic exhibit showcased the work of emerging artists. India is an emerging industrialized country with a booming IT sector. The emerging science of photography was already changing fashions in art. Legendary. Remarkable enough to be famous. Robin Hood is a legendary hero known for his bravery and generosity. Generally, legendary stories are passed down from parents to children. The ancient burial chamber entombs the remains of a legendary warrior. He was a fearless campaigner and a legendary figure for social reformation. Inhibit. To prevent something from growing or developing. An unhappy family life may inhibit children's learning. Being too distracted can inhibit your ability to finish homework. Lack of physical activity can inhibit calcium uptake by the muscles. A lack of oxygen may inhibit brain development in the unborn child. Cognitive. The processes of thinking and reasoning. Good nutrition can improve cognitive function and memory. Playing a musical instrument can improve our cognitive function. Getting enough sleep can boost learning and cognitive function. Learning a new language can improve children's cognitive flexibility. Outstanding. Extremely good or excellent of something. The organization was giving out awards to outstanding members. Michael Jordan is an outstanding basketball player, perhaps the best ever. The outstanding feature of this car is its computerized navigation system. The outstanding beauty of the sunset over the ocean left everyone in awe. Legitimate. To make something legal or acceptable. The company's policy on employee benefits is legitimate and fair. The government has a legitimate interest in regulating the economy. The athlete's performance was legitimate and not enhanced by drugs. Scientists believe that it is legitimate to use animals in medical research. Embody. To represent a quality or an idea exactly. To be a successful leader, you must embody integrity and honesty. The artist's paintings embody the beauty and complexity of nature. The writer's characters embody the complexities of human nature. Any incomes policy must embody the attributes of fairness and flexibility. Heritage. Property that descends to an heir. The city has an exceptionally rich heritage of historic monuments. The historic building is as much part of our heritage as the paintings. The beautiful forests of this country are part of our national heritage. These monuments are a vital part of the cultural heritage of America. Hypothesis. Proposed explanation for a phenomenon. The two theories are connected by a common hypothesis. A hypothesis is an educated guess about what might happen. The scientist made a bold hypothesis about the experiment. They had to repeat this experiment to confirm my hypothesis. Lion's share. The largest part of something. The lion's share of the work was done by the dedicated volunteers. The lion's share of the budget is allocated to marketing and advertising. The politician promised to give the lion's share of resources to education. The lion's share of money comes from the government to combat pollution. Eventually. In the end, especially after a long delay. Although he was stubborn, he eventually changed his mind. They had a heated debate but eventually came to a solution. Many couples who cohabit eventually decide to get married. Even the most beautiful flowers eventually fade away and die. Confine. To keep someone or something within limits. There are two strong reasons for confining the army to barracks. When writing your essay, make sure to confine on the main topic. The research project was confined by the limited funding available. The research study was confined by the limited number of participants. Supreme. Having the highest rank, level, or importance. The supreme generosity of the donor helped many people in need. The popular fashion brand continues to reign supreme in the industry. Some polytheists believe in a supreme god who oversees all other gods. Iran has a complex political system with a supreme leader and president. Abandoned. Left without care and protection. After 3 hours of intermittent rain, the game was abandoned. Farms and towns were abandoned, their ruins can still be seen. The project had to be abandoned due to a lack of government funding. Having things repaired seems to have become completely abandoned. Manipulate. To manage or influence skillfully. We can manipulate by using body language to convey our message. The computer programmer can manipulate code to create software. Prehistoric people quickly learned how to manipulate tools and gear. The magician was able to manipulate during his entire performance. Procedure. A particular way of doing something. There are established procedures for dealing with emergencies. The company has new procedures for dealing with complaints. The procedure is not fully efficient, improvements could be made. The experimental procedure was repeated to confirm the results. Execute. To carry out fully, put completely into effect. The masterminds of the plan were able to execute it flawlessly. They had to execute their dance steps with the greatest precision. The programmer was able to execute the code without any errors. They will not be able to execute the programs without more funding. Tedious. Tiresome because of length or dullness, boring. The pedantic nature of the project made it tedious to complete. The mundane routine of studying every night can become tedious. The slow and tedious progress on the construction site frustrated us. Metacognition. A process of thinking about one's own thinking. Students who have strong metacognition often have a growth mindset. According to research, metacognition plays a big part in the thinking process. Her research interests in the role of metacognition in bilingual language learning. Developing metacognition and diligence in problem-solving strategies is complex. Consecutive. Following each other continuously. This decline occurred after 2 consecutive years of increase. Unemployment has risen again for the 3rd consecutive month. After 6 consecutive defeats, the team was almost ready to give up. Some laboratory staff members worked 24 hours consecutively. Wavelength. The distance between 2 waves of energy. A formula can help us find the wavelength of a light wave. The wavelength of a wave can be used to measure distances. Short wavelength waves are used in high-resolution imaging. The speed of a wave is related to its wavelength and frequency. Allocate. Set aside a certain amount of money. We need to determine the best way to allocate our resources. Local authorities have to learn how to allocate resources efficiently. You should allocate the same amount of time to each reading question. Try to allocate yourself a set time each day to practice your exercises. Rather than. To a significant extent or degree. The problem was psychological rather than physiological. Her preference is for comfortable rather than stylish clothes. The enrollment criteria are academic rather than geographical. I tend to watch the television for pleasure rather than education. Metaphorical. Something used symbolically to represent something else. The storm outside was a metaphorical representation of his inner turmoil. The mountain peak was a metaphorical symbol of achievement and triumph. Digging your own grave is a metaphorical expression of self-destructive behavior. The crusade in the 19th century was a metaphorical battle against social injustices. Conceal. Prevent from being seen or discovered. Don't conceal your anger, learn to communicate effectively. The hacker attempted to conceal information about their identity. The spy used a clever hiding place to conceal important documents. The organization had a policy to conceal information from the media. Provoke. To cause a particular reaction or feeling. Joining a sports team can provoke a passion for physical fitness. Interrupting someone while they are speaking can provoke anger. It's important to stay calm when someone is trying to provoke you. Thinking angry thoughts can provoke strong physiological arousal. Renovate. To repair and improve something. The restaurant is going to renovate the outdoor seating area. The city council is planning to renovate the old embankments. He was able to renovate his home with a home improvement loan. The community pitched in to renovate the old historic buildings in town. Negotiation. Discussion at reaching an agreement. The boss and the employee had a negotiation about the promotion. The negotiation was conducted in a transparent and open manner. The lease agreement was extended during the negotiation process. After years of negotiation, an agreement on safety was finally reached. Observation. An act of noticing or perceiving. The astronomer has an agenda for the telescope observation. The observation room is where scientists observe experiments. The researcher's observation led to a breakthrough in the study. The astronomer conducted a thorough observation of the stars. Optimistic. Hopeful and confident about the future. Trusting others can help you feel more positive and optimistic. Despite the bad luck that followed him, he remained optimistic. Seeing the bright side can help you stay hopeful and optimistic. Circumstances can be challenging, but we must remain optimistic. Navigate. A plane going in a particular direction. The ancient Egyptians used to navigate by stars along the Nile River. The ancient Vikings were known for their ability to navigate by stars. Pigeons navigate less accurately when the Earth's magnetic field is disturbed. We learned to navigate a course on the open ocean during my sailing course. Disclose. To make something publicly known. Failure to disclose all relevant changes may invalidate your policy. The loan application asks you to disclose beneath your credit score. The ancient texts have disclosed mysteries about the lost civilization. The witness was asked to disclose everything they knew about the crime. Undoubtedly. Definitely, without any doubt. The boldest writer of the century was undoubtedly Shakespeare. The Eiffel Tower is undoubtedly the most famous landmark in Paris. Open-air exercise undoubtedly has lengthened the old man's life. Muhammad Ali was undoubtedly one of the greatest boxers of all time. Initiative. A new plan or process to achieve something. Taking initiative can help you become a leader and inspire others. He showed initiative by making my own breakfast in the morning. The mayor announced a new initiative to support small businesses. The bipartisan initiative was aimed at promoting economic growth. Inference. Opinions based on information. The propositional inference was based on faulty assumptions. The artist made an inference about the mood of the painting. The linguist made an inference about the origin of the language. It is important to distinguish between a fact and an inference. Optimism. Hopefulness and confidence about the future. It's important to keep your optimism when things don't go as planned. Forgiveness can be a source of hope and optimism for a better future. A toxic work environment can undermine optimism and lead to burnout. Scientists are full of optimism for future technology despite many problems. Illuminate. To light something and make it brighter. Magnify with a spotlight to illuminate a specific area or object. The research paper will illuminate with new findings in the field. The lantern helped to illuminate beneath the dense forest canopy. Our interesting teacher could illuminate almost any subject we studied. Vague. Not clearly defined, grasped, or understood. They have only a vague idea of the amount of water available. I do have a vague recollection of meeting her many years ago. Very young children only have a vague idea of what it means to die. We think such information should be made explicit and not left vague. Besides. In addition to, or apart from. Besides her regular job, Sarah also volunteers at a local club. Besides being a talented musician, Jack is also an excellent cook. The hotel has many amenities, besides the swimming pool and gym. The city has numerous attractions, besides, it has a rich cultural heritage. Outbreak. A time when something suddenly begins. The outbreak of war brought about woe and ruin for both sides. The disease-ridden water source was the cause of the outbreak. The outbreak of bird flu has caused panic among poultry farmers. We have another flu epidemic, exactly 2 years after the last outbreak. Overwhelm. Give a person too much of something. The influx of patients during flu season can overwhelm hospitals. Don't let stress overwhelm you, keep adjusting your coping mechanisms. Setting realistic goals can help optimize energy and prevent overwhelm. Napoleon's military was strong enough to overwhelm any potential enemy. Confront. Deal with a difficult situation or person. When you confront adversity, you discover your true strength. I experience anxiety when I have to confront a difficult person. It's important to confront your mistakes without making excuses. Counselors encourage victims of crime to confront their emotions. Evolution. The gradual development of plants and animals. The theory of evolution was proposed by Charles Darwin. The geological evidence supports the theory of evolution. Some people believe in creationism instead of evolution. The rapid evolution of IT networks has changed the world. Vigilant. Being very careful to notice things. The security system was designed to be vigilant at all times. The scientist was vigilant in conducting accurate experiments. The pilot was vigilant in checking the instruments before takeoff. Be vigilant of your study habits and make sure to stay organized. Reinforce. To make something stronger. The teacher used positive feedback to reinforce good behavior. The steel plate was used to reinforce the concrete foundation. The doctor prescribed medication to reinforce the immune system. It could reinforce prescriptions for an appropriate scientific method. Retrieve. To find and bring back something. Computers can instantly retrieve millions of information bits. The diver had to retrieve a lost treasure from the ocean floor. The police have managed to retrieve some of the stolen money. The rescue team had to dive down to retrieve the lost equipment. Obsolete. No longer produced or used, out of date. It is believed that the Internet has made the postal service obsolete. As the aspect of automation increases, some jobs may become obsolete. The company's profits suffered due to the use of obsolete equipment. The obsolete equipment was recycled to minimize environmental impact. Framework. A basic structure underlying a system. They established a basic framework of ground rules for discussions. The treaty would be administered through an institutional framework. The committee will work within the framework of certain broad objectives. They established a legal framework for the protection of the environment. Thereafter. From a particular point in time. A final report will be issued shortly thereafter, he said. He lost his job and thereafter struggled to make ends meet. If you plan your day well, you'll have more free time thereafter. We entered the nuclear age and soon thereafter the Cold War. Intentional. Done or brought about of one's own will. The teacher's lesson plan was intentional and well thought out. The athlete had intentional training to improve her performance. Setting intentional goals can help you stay focused and motivated. The new law discriminates between accidental and intentional killing. Plethora. A large or excessive amount of something. The gym has a plethora of exercise equipment for students to use. The buffet offered a plethora of food choices, from salads to desserts. The amusement park offers a plethora of family-friendly entertainment. The internet has a plethora of digital books and information for free to use. Heredity. Passing on traits from parents to their offspring. Height can be influenced by genes that are in the heredity. The genetics laboratory is where we study DNA and heredity. The texture of your hair is primarily determined by heredity. The plant genetics course covers the study of heredity in plants. Inherent. Existing as a natural and permanent way. There are many things in life which have inherent dangers. I'm afraid the problems you mention are inherent in the system. There is a correlation inherent between exercise and well-being. There is a give and take inherent between compromise and progress. Panacea. A remedy for all difficulties or diseases. The healing power of nature is seen as a panacea for many ailments. Many people think that technology is a panacea for all our problems. Some people believe that love is the panacea that can solve any problem. Medical researchers are still searching for a panacea to cure all viruses. Hypnotize. Capture the whole attention of someone. The therapist was able to hypnotize his patient's memories. She used a series of repetitive phrases to hypnotize her clients. He learned how to hypnotize himself into a deep state of relaxation. She agreed to be hypnotized to try to remember what had happened. Heavy. Weighing a lot and needing effort to move. Her voice was heavy with sorrow as she described the tragic events. The driver struggled to control the heavy vehicle on the slippery road. The backpack felt heavy on her shoulders as she climbed the mountain. The fog was so heavy that it was difficult to see more than a few feet ahead. Meteorology. Meteorology is the study of our atmosphere. The geotropic balance is an important concept in meteorology. Vector analysis is used in meteorology to study weather patterns. The different types of weather fall under the category of meteorology. The invention of hygrometers revolutionized the study of meteorology. Archetype. A very typical example of a certain person or thing. The mentor archetype is often seen as a wise and experienced guide. The mother archetype is a common symbol of nurturing and protection. The wise old man archetype is a common character in myths and legends. The shadow archetype represents the darker aspects of the human psyche. Obviously. Something is definitely true. He's a great athlete, obviously, he's been training for years. It is obviously important to wear a helmet when riding a bike. It's obviously important to stay hydrated when you're exercising. It is obviously not safe to cross the road without looking both ways. Abide by. To accept or act according to a law. The players must abide by the rules of the sport during the game. Students who do not abide by policy may face legal consequences. It is obligatory to abide by the terms and conditions of a contract. Every individual must abide by the laws of the country they reside in. Maximize. To make as high or great as possible. Investing in a business can be a way to maximize returns. Wise up with time-saving strategies to maximize productivity. You can maximize through continuous learning and improvement. In order to maximize profit, the firm would seek to maximize output. Diminish. To reduce or be reduced in size or importance. Not taking notes can diminish your retention of information. The light will gradually diminish from the room as the sun sets. Inadequate training and skill development can diminish potential. Applying makeup can diminish ugliness and enhance natural beauty. Quest. A long or arduous search for something. The alchemist's quest for knowledge was fueled by a deep curiosity. The quest for nationhood can sometimes lead to conflict and violence. The concept of a magical quest is a common theme in fantasy literature. The academic research exemplifies the quest for knowledge and discovery. Reproduction. The act or process of producing babies. Animals and plants both use reproduction to create offspring. Bees pollinate flowers to facilitate the process of reproduction. The timing of pollination is crucial for successful reproduction. The primary purpose of reproduction is to produce descendants. Evaluate. To judge something with respect and value. We can evaluate policy by asking questions and doing research. Take some time to reflect on yourself and evaluate your goals. When we evaluate policy, we think about how it affects people. It can be difficult to evaluate the effectiveness of different treatments. Convey. Communicate ideas or feelings indirectly. The author used metaphors to convey the theme of the story. Body language can convey a lot of information without words. Positive body language can convey confidence and assertiveness. No report can convey the unspeakable suffering that this war has caused. Quarantine. To stay away from others for a period of time. The 7-day quarantine is mandatory for international travelers. The enforcement of quarantine laws prevents the spread of disease. The staff at the quarantine ward are equipped with protective gear. The town had no means of quarantining such large numbers of ill arrivals. Ethical. Dealing with morals or principles. It's not ethical to deceive with your academic achievements. The fair trade movement promotes ethical business practices. Some people choose to become vegetarian for ethical reasons. Humans have the ability to make both moral and ethical decisions. Frequently. Happen very often or many times. Tension began to build as they argued more frequently. The illness frequently coexists with other chronic diseases. As a child, she frequently withdrew into her own fantasy world. Nowadays, the park is frequently visited by families on weekends. Abolish. Officially get rid of a law or system. Some believe that we should abolish the use of nuclear weapons. The company decided to abolish the use of non-renewable energy. The school board voted to abolish the use of corporal punishment. He argued that it was not practical politics to abolish private schools. Commence. To start happening or doing something. The lecture will commence with a question and answer session. The tour will commence with a guided walk through the museum. To solve this problem, we need to commence from the root cause. We can commence in the spring and continue through the summer. Redundant. The state of being not or no longer needed. The entire town was made redundant when the factory shut down. Finally, she was made redundant, along with 2 other employees. Teachers may become redundant if language becomes computerized. The statements are redundant. Repeating the same points again and again. Demographic. The statistical study of populations. The new product was marketed to appeal to a younger demographic. The census is conducted every 10 years to gather demographic data. The country will undergo a demographic shift as the population ages. Many statutory services are not keeping pace with demographic change. Manifest. The public display of emotion or feeling. With faith and determination, you can manifest a miracle in your life. Chauvinism can manifest in various forms, such as racism or sexism. The workers chose to manifest their dissatisfaction in a series of strikes. You can manifest forth your empathy by volunteering and helping others. Experiment. Test done in order to learn something. Facts can be established by observation and experiment. The results of the experiment confirmed their predictions. We can learn by experiment that oil and water will not mix. One experiment showed that walking doubled creative thinking. Reformation. The process of reforming an institution or practice. The digital revolution caused a radical reformation of the nation. Martin Luther is considered the father of the Protestant Reformation. The Reformation gave rise to new forms of art, music, and literature. During and after the Reformation, people's attitudes changed more quickly. Intellectual. Describe intensive reasoning and deep thinking. Investing in technology can help us stay intellectually stimulated. The discussions at the convention were intellectually stimulating. It is important to starve for wisdom in order to grow intellectually. Board games are a great way to challenge ourselves intellectually. Leverage. Power used to achieve a desired result. You can leverage internships to gain valuable work experience. The spade and fork have longer shafts, providing better leverage. The key to success is to leverage strengths and minimize weaknesses. Developing a strong work ethic can help you leverage into promotions. Rhetorical. Relating to effective speaking or writing. The speech was filled with rhetorical devices to evoke emotion. The advertisement used rhetorical techniques to sell the product. The debate team used rhetorical strategies to win the competition. Using a rhetorical counterattack, the writer hoped to impress his readers. Reasoning. Thinking about something in a logical way. Your argument should be based on logical reasoning and evidence. Deductive reasoning is a systematic approach to decision-making. The mathematician used deductive reasoning to solve the equation. Can you please back up your opinion with some logical reasoning? Thus, in this, or that manner, or way. The sociologist analyzed the society, thus identifying its problems. The company invested in new technology, thus increasing productivity. The scientist conducted experiments, thus discovering new information. The government implemented new policies, thus reducing crime rates. Integration. Combining or adding parts to make a unified whole. The integration of math and science can solve complex problems. The integration of different languages helps us communicate better. The integration of different technologies can make our lives easier. The integration process reduces the design and manufacturing time. Manipulate. To manage or influence skillfully. Much of what I do is manipulating data from different sources. You can integrate text with graphics and manipulate graphic images. Chimps are able to manipulate objects with a high degree of precision. Some animals are able to manipulate objects with a high degree of precision. Generous. A willingness to give help or support. A smiling face is not a guarantee of a generous mind and heart. It was very generous of you to share your lunch with your friend. The woman is very generous, she often buys things for other people. Be generous with kind words, especially about those who are absent. Specimen. Something shown or examined as an example. The economist used a specimen of data to analyze market trends. The geologist examined a specimen of rock from the Grand Canyon. The scientist examined the specimen up close under the microscope. Our National Museum is a magnificent specimen of Baroque architecture. Intrinsic. Essential qualities or features of a person or thing. The intrinsic worth of a person is not determined by their wealth. The intrinsic value of education cannot be measured by grades alone. I find that intrinsic motivation is more effective than external rewards. Using a rhetorical counterattack, the writer hoped to impress his readers. Uniquely. Which is not like anything else. Each computer is uniquely specified by its serial number. Don't be afraid to dress uniquely and express your personal style. Her past experience made her uniquely suited to lead the project. If you're a musician, try to create a tone that's uniquely your own. Invade. Enter a territory forcefully, as an enemy. The new technology is expected to invade across the industry. The ants were able to invade through the tiny hole in the wall. It's important to study history so we don't invade past mistakes. The press invade people's privacy unfairly and unjustifiably every day. Algorithm. Procedure for solving a mathematical problem. The machine learning algorithm can predict future trends. The teacher used an algorithm to grade the students' tests. An algorithm can help you solve a math problem step by step. The scientist used an algorithm to analyze the DNA sequence. Scrutiny. Critical observation or examination. The atomic bomb was a subject of intense debate and scrutiny. The truth about the scandal emerged under intense media scrutiny. The budget was approved under the scrutiny of the finance department. The company has come under intense scrutiny because of its safety issues. Indeed. Without any question, truly, undeniably. The project was indeed time-consuming, but it was worth the effort. The lesson was indeed valuable, and I learned something new from it. The book was indeed interesting, and I finished reading it in one sitting. A generation ago, genetic codes were indeed unknown to many people. Replenish. To make full, or complete again. Artificial rain can help replenish water sources in arid regions. The bank account will replenish through a steady income stream. Make sure to replenish your supplies before starting a new project. 300,000 tons of cereals are needed to replenish stocks. Endorsement. A form of public support or approval. She received a wholehearted endorsement from the organization. The celebrity's endorsement deal with the brand was worth millions. The athlete's affluence came from his lucrative endorsement deals. His presidential campaign won endorsement from several celebrities. Taboo. Prohibited or restricted by social custom. Some words are considered taboo or offensive in certain cultures. There is a taboo against sex before marriage in many communities. The topic of race is often considered taboo in many social settings. Questions and problems that were once taboo are now discussed openly. Alignment. The correct positioning of something. Their study habits were in alignment with their learning style. The team worked together to get their strategies in alignment. The company's values were not in alignment with their actions. It is important for our actions to be in alignment with our words. Abundant. Existing or available in large quantities, plentiful. The school had an abundant amount of extracurricular activities. Fruit and vegetables grew in abundance on that remote island. Catalina is known for its clear waters and abundant marine life. If we set clear goals, we can have an abundant sense of purpose. Tentative. Something that is uncertain. Tentative timelines can be adjusted if unforeseen circumstances arise. They reached tentative conclusions about the possible cause of flooding. Tentative proposals can be refined through discussion and collaboration. The government has a tentative plan to reduce taxes for small businesses. Resolve. To solve or end a problem or difficulty. The boss demanded immediate action to resolve the issue. Good communication can help resolve conflicts peacefully. Litigation can be used to resolve disputes between countries. The government has done nothing to resolve the conflict over nurses' pay. Facilitate. To make something possible or easier. The new technology will facilitate our learning in the classroom. The online platform was designed to facilitate distance learning. His job is to facilitate communication between the team members. The new trade agreement should facilitate more rapid economic growth. Breakthrough. The sudden increase in knowledge and technology. The cancer research team made a breakthrough discovery. The inventor had a breakthrough and created a new gadget. The result of the experiment was a breakthrough in science. The programmer's breakthrough code solved a major problem. Ubiquitous. Existing or being everywhere at the same time. This new cultural trend has become ubiquitous all over the world. The use of drones is becoming more ubiquitous in various industries. The ubiquitous use of credit cards has made shopping more convenient. If a trend is ubiquitous, it can become tiresome or unoriginal over time. Concentrate. Focus all one's attention on a particular activity. You need to concentrate on your technique when playing sports. The artist needed to concentrate on the details of the painting. I couldn't concentrate on my work, my mind was on other things. As a consequence of the noise, I couldn't concentrate on my work. Ominous. Impression that something bad is going to happen. The sound of the thunder cracking in the distance was ominous. The report paints a gloomy picture of the economy of this nation. The ominous music portends a suspenseful scene in the movie. The silence in the room was ominous, making everyone feel uneasy. Abuse. The improper use of something. Abuse of power is a common problem in many organizations. Drug abuse can cause memory loss and cognitive impairment. Abuse can lead to both psychological and emotional problems. If you abuse someone, it is natural that he will pay you in the same coin. Unequivocal. Expressed in a clear and certain way. The government has been unequivocal in combating racial violence. The instructions on the sign were unequivocal: no parking allowed. The environmentalist's message was unequivocal and called for action. He gave an unequivocal answer, but she still asked for clarification. Overwhelm. Affect someone's emotions in a powerful way. The pandemic threatened to overwhelm the healthcare system. Leaving undone certain tasks can create a sense of overwhelm. The flu epidemic is threatening to overwhelm our healthcare system. Poor time management can lead to feelings of overwhelm and burnout. Encryption. The process of converting information into a code. Encryption techniques are used to verify digital contracts. Encryption technology allows secure credit card transactions. Advanced encryption algorithms protect against illegal access. Data encryption ensures the confidentiality of email messages. Climax. To reach the most important or exciting part. The middle of the movie is where the climax usually happens. The soccer game reached a climax during the penalty shootout. The fashion show reached a climax during the final runway walk. The reader was moved to tears by the emotional climax of the book. Vivid. Producing powerful feelings or clear images. The idea for the movie was incepted by the director's vivid dream. The writer used vivid language to nourish the reader's imagination. The author used vivid imagery to convey the beauty of the landscape. In racial discrimination, imagination is sometimes more vivid than reality. Penetrate. To move into or through something. The cold wind managed to penetrate around the closed windows. The scent of the flowers was able to penetrate outside the garden. Long-wave radio waves can penetrate through buildings and obstacles. They are hoping to penetrate the Japanese market with their latest product. Convincing. Satisfying or assuring by argument or proof. Her convincing argument made everyone change their minds. The winner of the debate had the most convincing argument. His arguments sound convincing, but they are based on delusion. The actor used his emotions to create a convincing performance. Automation. Describes machines replacing human action. The use of automation in agriculture is increasing rapidly. Automation is often implemented to reduce the cost of labor. Industrial automation can reduce the need for human labor. Employment can be affected by technology and automation. Vigilant. Keeping careful watch for possible danger. Fraud can be difficult to detect, so it is important to be vigilant. It's important to stay vigilant and avoid complacency in your work. The security system was vigilant in detecting any unauthorized entry. Conservationists are ever vigilant for threats to the habitats of animals. Utilize. To use something for a particular purpose. Students can utilize fitness classes to stay healthy and active. The Romans were the first to utilize concrete as a building material. It is important to utilize your time wisely and prioritize your tasks. Many individuals utilize acupuncture to manage symptoms of depression. Fiction. Something that is invented or untrue. It is difficult for children to distinguish between fact and fiction. The science fiction film had some special effects on young people. She writes science fiction novels which are very popular worldwide. The truth or fiction of this story has never been truly determined. Hierarchy. Organizing people according to status. The academic world has a hierarchy of professors and students. The church has an institutional hierarchy of priests and bishops. The commander was a respected member of the military hierarchy. He rose quickly through the political hierarchy to become party leader. Volatile. Likely to change suddenly and unexpectedly. In recent years, the share markets of many countries have become volatile. The international oil markets have been highly volatile since the early 1960s. Law enforcement officers are taught how to survive in volatile environments. Though they have agreed to a treaty, there is still a volatile tension between them. Undertake. To promise that you will do something. She decided to undertake the challenge of running a marathon. The government will undertake measures to improve public safety. He was determined to undertake the task of learning a new language. The directors of the company refused to undertake such a risky venture. Framework. An essential supporting structure of an object. The framework of the experiment was carefully planned. The framework of the game was to score the most points. A logical framework can guide decision-making and planning. The framework of the study is based on previous research. Ascent. The act of climbing or moving upwards. The ascent of technology has revolutionized the way we live our lives. The roller coaster's ascent to the highest point was nerve-wracking. On the other side of the valley was a steep ascent to the top of the hill. The vertical ascent up the mountain was challenging but rewarding. Withstand. Oppose with firm determination. The bridge was designed to withstand the weight of heavy trucks. We all need to have enough preparation to withstand earthquakes. The stone foundation was strong enough to withstand earthquakes. The cable was strong enough to withstand the weight of the load. Collapse. Shrink together abruptly and completely. The stock market started to collapse after a major scandal. The earthquake caused the buildings to crumble up and collapse. The bridge was susceptible to collapse because of the strong winds. The collapse of the company had repercussions for the whole industry. Incorporate. To include something as part of something larger. The engineer will incorporate new technology into the design. The new cars will incorporate a number of major improvements. The gardener wants to incorporate different plants into the garden. We are trying to incorporate more fruits and vegetables into my diet. Mechanism. A system of parts working together in a machine. The telescope has a mechanism that magnifies objects. The mechanism of photosynthesis is a complex process. The car engine has a complex mechanism that makes it run. These automatic cameras have a special focusing mechanism. Wit. A natural aptitude for using words and ideas. Her latest book doesn't have the same wit as her earlier books. She used her wit and intelligence to outsmart others in the game. The comedian's verbal wit and humor were a hit with the audience. He used his wit and cunning to be deceitful and get what he wanted. Eliminate. Completely remove, or get rid of something. The new technology can eliminate the need for paper documents. Wash your hands before eating to eliminate the risk of getting sick. A move towards healthy eating could help eliminate heart disease. The procedure does not completely eliminate the possibility of an accident. Already. Before now, or before a particular time. Don't buy any more toys for the kids, they've got plenty already. That isn't creating anything, it's just redistributing what already exists. The design of the house is similar to those that have already been built. This is a challenge which I and my colleague John Davis have already taken. Legitimate. To make something legal or acceptable. The army must give power back to the legitimate government. The evidence presented in court was legitimate and convincing. The company's expansion plans are legitimate and well planned. It's not legitimate to take something that doesn't belong to you. Widespread. Happening or existing in many places. The use of smartphone is now widespread among young people. The earthquake launched suddenly, causing widespread damage. The widespread use of computers has changed the way we work. The area was depopulated due to a widespread disease outbreak. Endeavor. Try hard to do or achieve something. If we want to be safe, we must endeavor to follow safety rules. She will endeavor to overcome her fears and pursue her dreams. When we work together, we can endeavor to finish a project faster. In an endeavor to improve the service, they introduced free parking. Cutting edge. Using the most advanced and developed methods. The fashion industry is looking for the next cutting-edge trend. The team is using cutting-edge equipment for their experiments. The cutting edge of engineering is revolutionizing transportation. The company's products are known for their cutting-edge features. Malicious. Characterized by malice or intended to do harm. He complained that he'd been receiving malicious telephone calls. I think the authority knows who is responsible for these malicious rumors. His malicious gossip caused much mischief until the truth became known. He was held on remand, charged with causing malicious property damage. Xenophobia. Prejudice against people from other countries. Xenophobia can hinder social progress and economic development. Discrimination can be a result of language barriers and xenophobia. We need to challenge our own biases in order to combat xenophobia. All forms of discrimination, xenophobia, and intolerance must be avoided. Eradicate. Get rid of something bad completely. The government's initiative aims to eradicate unemployment. The community is coming together to eradicate drug addiction. The vaccination program aims to eradicate preventable diseases. The government claims to be doing all it can to eradicate corruption. Momentum. The ability to keep increasing or developing. They began to lose momentum in the second half of the game. The economy regains momentum after a period of stagnation. Keep your momentum going and push through the tough times. The political movement gained momentum before the election. Revolutionized. Changed something radically or fundamentally. This remarkable invention revolutionized the way we live. Automation has revolutionized the manufacturing process. The airwaves have revolutionized the way we communicate. Online shopping has revolutionized the way we buy things. Yield. Produce useful information or evidence. The higher productivity factor would yield higher savings for consumers. Their research has only recently begun to yield essential scientific results. This study may yield the information we need to be able to make a decision. Investing in high-yield bonds can lead to an increase in returns in the long run. Advance. To go or move something forward. Spaceflight technology continues to advance at a rapid pace. The soldiers were ordered to advance on the enemy's position. The promotion allowed her to advance up the corporate ladder. Society immediately needs to advance beyond prejudice and superstition. Audacious. Showing an unusual willingness to take risks. An audacious experiment can lead to groundbreaking discoveries. She displayed audacious confidence despite her previous failures. The entrepreneur's audacious investment paid off in the long run. The audacious traveler explored dangerous and remote locations. Accumulate. To collect or increase something gradually. You can't accumulate knowledge without studying and learning. Dust and dirt soon accumulate if a house is not cleaned regularly. It is important to accumulate savings for unexpected expenses. Waste can accumulate during a period of excessive consumption. Yearn. To feel a powerful desire for something. I yearn to become a leader and make a difference in my community. If you yearn for adventure, you may enjoy traveling to new places. Many college students yearn for the freedom of living on their own. We yearn for what we have lost. But sometimes, we forget what we have. Proclaim. Announce something publicly or officially. They proudly proclaim their dedication to community service. We must proclaim the past as a reminder of our cultural heritage. The protesters gathered to proclaim against government corruption. He confidently proclaims that he is offering the best value in the market. Cybersecurity. The protection of Internet-connected systems. Cybersecurity must be dynamic to adapt to the new conditions. To be reliant on technology, we need more cybersecurity experts. They are focusing on wireless technology as well as cybersecurity. We want cybersecurity to protect information from cyber attacks. Admit. Declare to be true or admit the existence. She admitted her desire to improve her communication skills. It's difficult for some people to admit when they make mistakes. Finally, the killer was forced to admit that he committed the crime. It seems that they will have to admit defeat in the presidential elections. Zealot. Someone who is fanatical about a belief. The technology zealot was always the first to buy the latest gadgets. He was a zealot for his favorite sports team and never missed a game. She was a zealot for gender equality and fought against discrimination. The film zealot knew everything about movies and loved to critique them. Fluctuate. Continually change or shift back and forth. The amount of rainfall can fluctuate depending on the season. The weather pressure in this area tends to fluctuate frequently. The price of goods can fluctuate under changing market demands. Symptoms seem to vary from year to year, and crop levels fluctuate. Pragmatic. Dealing with things sensibly and realistically. The pragmatic solution was to cut costs and increase efficiency. It's pragmatic to be a lifelong learner and never stop growing. That was the law for constitutional as well as pragmatic reasons. He made a pragmatic decision based on the available information. Negotiation. A method by which people settle conflicts. The two neighbors had a negotiation about the property line. The two political parties had a negotiation about the budget. A successful negotiation requires preparation and research. Justice can be achieved through compromise and negotiation. Melancholy. Having a feeling of melancholy, sad and pensive. The poem's tone is melancholy, reflecting the poet's sadness. The old man would often be melancholy about his past mistakes. The melancholy melody of the piano echoed through the empty hall. All that money brought nothing but melancholy and anguish and tragedy. Standardize. To make all the things of one particular type. The city is working to standardize its recycling program. He feels standardized education does not benefit all children. The organization is working to standardize its hiring process. The museum had to standardize the policy for artifact preservation. Repercussion. An unintended consequence of an event or action. Not eating healthy food can have a repercussion of getting sick. The repercussion of not being trustworthy is losing relationships. President Kennedy's assassination had far-reaching repercussions. Not following the rules can have a repercussion of getting in trouble. Stagnation. A long period of slow economic growth. A lack of creativity can lead to stagnation in one's work. The Dark Ages were a time of cultural isolation and stagnation. The lack of diversity has caused stagnation in the workforce. Engaging in creative activities alleviates feelings of stagnation. Lacking. Not available or in short supply. The actor delivered his lines forcedly, lacking any real emotion. The landscape was bleak and bloomless, lacking any signs of life. The report was criticized for being too wordy and lacking clarity. The essay was marked down for being too wordy and lacking clarity. Scrutinize. Examine or inspect closely and thoroughly. Her performance was carefully scrutinized by her employer. It is important to scrutinize in order to maintain quality standards. It is important to scrutinize the evidence for any medical records. Before making a decision, self-scrutinize the potential consequences. Ascend. To move up, or climb something. The hiker had to ascend a steep mountain to reach the summit. To be a pioneer, you must ascend above the established norms. They plan to ascend the mountain when the weather improves. The drone began to ascend to get a better view of the landscape. Lay off. A situation where workers are no longer needed. The notice of layoff came as a shock to the entire department. Before the layoff, he had just received a promotion and a raise. The surprising layoff left many employees in financial bewilderment. The company announced the layoff of several hundred employees. Approximately. About more or less than a number or amount. There are approximately 370 different kinds of sharks in the world. Female killer whales stop giving birth at approximately 40 years of age. The book was translated into approximately 20 languages worldwide. We expect to cut the new budget by approximately $50 million. Adhere. To attach firmly to something usually. We should adhere to the traffic rules when crossing the street. All members of the association adhere to a strict code of practice. The employees must adhere to the company's social media policy. The company policy requires employees to adhere to a dress code. Concur. Agree with someone or something. The council had to concur on the proposal for the new park. We can concur under the condition that we have a backup plan. The board members were unable to concur on a budget proposal. I therefore concur with both the judgments that have been delivered. Recession. A prolonged downturn in the economy. The economy suffered as a result of the global recession. The country was in turmoil after a major economic recession. The financial system had a breakdown and caused a recession. The stock market crash led to a global economic recession. Permit. Officially allow someone to do something. The amusement park does not permit outside food or drinks. Machine-readable passports will permit precise identity checking. The museum's policy disallows photography without a permit. Interviews permit the company to assess the suitability of candidates. Barrier. An obstacle that prevents movement or access. The misunderstanding was caused by a language barrier. Duties and taxes are the most obvious barriers to free trade. Simple things become quite difficult with a big language barrier. The Sahara Desert is a barrier between North and Central Africa. Disguise. To change the usual appearance, sound, or taste. The detective used a disguise to cover his true identity. The criminal is going under disguise to avoid being recognized. She disguised herself as a man, but she couldn't disguise her voice. He usually goes out in disguise to avoid being bothered by the public. Commodity. Something that is bought and sold. The falling market has caused a drop in commodity prices. Industrial goods are often traded on commodity exchanges. Soybean is a major export commodity for several countries. The commodity market is influenced by geopolitical events. Advantage. A condition giving a greater chance of success. Knowing how to swim is an advantage when going to the beach. Having a good sense of rhythm can be an advantage in music. This strategy gave them a decided advantage over their opponents. Overestimating an advantage can hinder innovation and growth. Surpass. Better or more than something else. If you want to stand out, you must surpass beyond the average. To achieve greatness, you must surpass among your own potential. The writer hoped to surpass her previous book with her new novel. The team worked together to surpass their opponents in the game. Regulate. To govern or direct according to rule. We need to regulate the amount of time we spend on screens. These gates regulate the amount of water flowing into the canal. Efforts were made to regulate the conduct of crowds at football games. These special gates regulate the amount of water flowing into the canal. Consumerism. Increasing consumption of goods. The industrial system has led to the growth of consumerism. Some people live in a world of materialism and consumerism. Capitalism generates wealth, and it drives consumerism in society. Alternative lifestyles can be a way to escape consumerism. Ally. Someone who helps and supports someone else. The country's commitment to peace made it an ally beyond borders. He will have no choice but to ally himself with the new enemy group. Her determination and perseverance made her an ally beyond words. The environmentalist group found an ally in the local government. Unanimous. A complete or absolute agreement. The 12 members of the jury reached a unanimous decision. Editors were unanimous in their condemnation of the proposals. The takeover has unanimous board approval from both companies. The council members were unanimous in their vote to increase taxes. Conceal. To withdraw or remove from observation. The criminal covered up in a mask to conceal his identity. She couldn't quite conceal the deep disappointment she felt. The thief attempted to conceal in the crowd after the robbery. The spy was trained to conceal information from the enemy. Consolidate. Bring together into a single or unified whole. We need to consolidate our resources to help those in need. When we consolidate policy, we make sure everyone is safe. The bank is working to consolidate policy on loan approvals. The company wants to consolidate its finances to save money. Vacant. Without an occupant or incumbent. The vacant warehouse was reconverted into a modern office space. The vacant warehouse was boarded up to prevent trespassing. The vacant seat next to me was quickly taken by another passenger. The vacant lot was bulldozed to create a new housing development. Acute. Experience to a severe or intense degree. The acute shortage of water in the area caused a lot of problems. The athlete had to endure acute suffering during the marathon. The philosopher had an acute understanding of abstract concepts. He's suffering from an acute infection of the lower respiratory tract. Procrastinate. To delay doing something that you should. It's easy to procrastinate when you have a deadline looming. If you procrastinate, you might feel overwhelmed and stressed. She tends to procrastinate when she is not interested in something. They are trying to procrastinate to wait for reinforcements approach. Monopoly. Complete control of something. The state monopoly on pharmaceuticals controls drug prices. The two companies merged to create a monopoly in the market. The state's monopoly on education allows for a uniform curriculum. Non-monopoly businesses are essential for a healthy economy. Always. Again and again, usually in an annoying way. She always carries a water bottle to stay hydrated throughout the day. He always reads a bedtime story to his children before they go to sleep. The dog always greets its owner with a wagging tail and joyful barks. Optimistic people always picture themselves accomplishing their goals. Undermine. Make something less important and less powerful. Not getting enough sleep can undermine your energy levels. Poor study habits can undermine a student's academic success. Don't let anyone undermine your worth, fight for your honor. She undermined him and destroyed his confidence in his own talent. Acknowledge. To accept, or admit that something exists. The company failed to acknowledge the customer's complaint. The government needs to acknowledge the needs of the people. We must acknowledge the distinction between fact and opinion. I gratefully acknowledge financial support from several local businesses. Inflation. Increase in prices over a given period. The inflation rate has been increasing over the past years. The economist cited the effects of inflation on the economy. The value of the dollar has decreased over time due to inflation. The oil crisis has led to a rise in inflation and cost of living. Costly. Expensive, costing a lot of money. The private art collection was too costly for most people to own. If your calculations are not accurate, you may make costly mistakes. A contractual dispute can be costly and time-consuming to resolve. The team decided to terminate before the project became too costly. Activate. Make something active or operative. The volcano could activate at any moment, causing destruction. To improve your memory, activate along with mnemonic devices. In certain rare circumstances, these vaccines could activate disease. Don't forget to activate the privacy settings on your social media profiles. Bankruptcy. When a business is unable to pay debts. The mismanagement of funds led to the company's bankruptcy. The company's bankruptcy was a warning to other businesses. Engaging in fraud can lead to financial ruin and bankruptcy. The new measures will help to crack down on bankruptcy fraud. Assemble. To bring together or gather into one place. If the fire alarm goes off, staff should assemble outside the building. The data were assembled and reviewed by epidemiologists on site. My art project required me to assemble a collection of news articles. The furniture is delivered in pieces and you have to assemble it yourself. Constant. Occurring continuously over a period of time. Constant repetition makes it easier to learn how to spell a word. Those who make constant complaint gets very little compassion. The killer was arrested after being kept under constant surveillance. Newborn babies require constant care until they are nearly a year old. Pioneering. Involving new ideas or methods. Marie Curie was a pioneering scientist who discovered radioactivity. She was glorified for her pioneering work in the field of psychology. The pioneering surgery was carried out at Queen Margaret Hospital. The school has won awards for its pioneering work with the community. Obesity. The condition of being very fat or overweight. The epidemic of obesity is a major concern in our society. A sedentary lifestyle can lead to weight gain and obesity. Vegetarianism is a great way to reduce your risk of obesity. Avoiding junk food can help prevent weight gain and obesity. Contemplate. Look at or view with continued attention. Contemplate beyond the predictable and embrace uncertainty. It's always good to contemplate before making a big decision. Contemplate the value of networking and building relationships. It is very difficult to contemplate going there with all that in one's mind. Include. Comprise or contain as part of a whole. We can include both fruits and vegetables in almost every meal we eat. The country's most valued commodities include tin and diamonds. The museum's collection includes works of art from all around the world. Their holidays always include multiple countries on the same trip. Diverse. Including many different types of people or things. Despite his own religious beliefs, his audiences are diverse. The book covers such diverse topics as snorkeling and first aid. The aim was to try to attract a more diverse range of applicants. India has always been one of the most religiously diverse countries. Depression. The state of feeling very unhappy. Alcoholism is often accompanied by depression and anxiety. Procrastination can be a symptom of anxiety or depression. She overcame her depression by seeking professional help. The cure beyond depression involves therapy and medication. Invigorate. To give life and energy to something. The mayor has plans to invigorate the downtown economy. Taking a break and going for a walk can invigorate your creativity. To invigorate the domestic economy, we began with the countryside. Engaging in volunteer work can invigorate your sense of compassion. Appear. To start, to be seen or to be present. Her papers have appeared in several different scientific journals. The result appears to suggest that the plasma helped to save lives. He has run short of lectures and cannot appear in the examination. If they appear to be necessary, the changes will indeed be made. Crucial. Extremely important and completely necessary. Safety precautions are crucial when handling hazardous materials. Understanding cultural differences is crucial in international relations. This is regarded as the crucial factor in deciding who should get priority. The evidence presented in court was crucial to the outcome of the trial. Endurance. Ability to continue something for a long time. Running can help you improve your endurance and stamina. The athlete made an endeavor to improve their endurance. Taking breaks during intense workouts prolongs endurance. You have to repeat this exercise to build your mental endurance. Empower. To give official authority or legal power. The government's policies aim to empower small businesses. The Voting Rights Act was needed to empower minority groups. We can empower ourselves by learning new things every day. As we accept more responsibility, so we empower and enrich our lives. Approve. To have or express a favorable opinion. The process to approve asylum can be lengthy and complicated. The committee will approve the budget for the upcoming event. The board members must be in agreement to approve the budget. The Senate has the power to approve Supreme Court nominees. Deficiency. An insufficient amount of something. A deficiency in sleep can lead to fatigue and poor concentration. Spending too much time indoors can lead to vitamin D deficiency. Zinc deficiency can cause night blindness and other vision problems. Symptoms of anemia include weakness, fatigue, and iron deficiency. Prevention. The action of stopping something from happening. Cure by prevention is a sustainable way to manage healthcare. The fire department had a fire prevention program for schools. She's an athletic trainer who specializes in injury prevention. Calcium is important for the prevention of certain types of cancer. Deter. To prevent someone from doing something. A helmet can deter serious injuries in a skateboarding accident. Some animals have evolved to produce poison to deter predators. Washing your body with the soap can deter bugs from attacking you. Arrests and jail sentences have done nothing to deter the protesters. Isolate. To separate something from other things. Suspected patients are isolated and kept under medical observation. Sometimes, teenagers become depressed and isolate themselves. The prisoner was isolated for 3 months after attacking a guard. The governor urged residents to isolate to limit the spread of the virus. Amendment. Make changes to improve something. A major amendment was introduced into the legislation. The First Amendment protects freedom of speech and religion. The amendment was a compromise between opposing parties. The Charter Amendment was controversial and sparked debate. Deterioration. The process of becoming progressively worse. Mental and physical deterioration both occur naturally with age. The patient's mental health is in a serious state of deterioration. We think stress has contributed to the deterioration of her health. Proper preservation of foods prevents deterioration over time. Affiliate. To become part of a group or organization. The university has many affiliate campuses around the world. The website has an affiliate partnership with a travel agency. The company has an affiliate program for social media influencers. All youth groups will have to affiliate to the National Youth Agency. Broad. Covering a large number and wide scope of subjects. We discussed a broad range of issues at yesterday's meeting. Most doctors have a broad knowledge of common medical problems. Bill has quite broad shoulders as a result of all the swimming he does. It is important to have a broad educational background to get a good job. Obesity. Excessive accumulation of body fat. Obesity is becoming increasingly widespread in modern society. The rise of fast food has contributed to the obesity epidemic. Obese people tend to have higher blood pressure than lean people. Regular exercise combats obesity and promotes a healthy lifestyle. Hygiene. The practice of keeping good health. Washing your hands regularly is a simple hygiene practice. Grooming your teeth can help maintain good oral hygiene. Keeping our laundry clean is essential for good hygiene. Practicing good hygiene is important for long-term health. Intimidate. Frighten someone to make them do something. The thought of studying abroad can intimidate some students. The boss often uses his power to intimidate his employees. Don't let the workload intimidate you, take it one step at a time. The court is trying to intimidate anybody with an independent mind. Straightforward. Uncomplicated and easy to do or understand. Your essay will be much stronger if you use straightforward language. The software program has straightforward instructions for installation. It's a very complex issue to which there is no straightforward answer. The article was written in straightforward, almost conversational language. Erosion. The process of eroding or being eroded by wind and water. Rain and wind can cause erosion on hills and mountains. Erosion can be a big problem for farmers and gardeners. The glaciers melting can cause serious erosion and landslides. Poor farming methods have contributed to increased soil erosion. Bureaucracy. Complicated government procedure. The bureaucracy of the court system can be slow and expensive. The cumbersome bureaucracy made it difficult to get anything done. If we reduce bureaucracy, we can alleviate administrative burdens. The amount of bureaucracy involved in the process was horrendous. Accomplish. To do or finish something successfully. A judicious use of time can help you accomplish more tasks. With patience and perseverance, you can accomplish anything. When you are productive, you can accomplish more in less time. If we'd all work together, I think we could accomplish our goal. Finally. At the end of a long wait, he finally realized that his girlfriend had made a fool of him. After months of training, he finally decided to run a marathon. The gunman was finally overpowered by 3 security guards. The agreement was finally reached after very lengthy discussions. Natural. Showing feelings such as affection, gratitude. She has a natural ability to understand the motives of others. Natural honey is one of the only pure foods that never goes bad. Clean air is a valuable natural resource that needs to be protected. The meal was made with natural ingredients, and it is healthier to eat. Arbitrary. Decided or arranged without any reason. The company has been the subject of an arbitrary takeover. The teachers' grading system seemed arbitrary and inconsistent. The decision to choose a leader was arbitrary and lacked transparency. The committee's decision-making process appeared arbitrary and hasty. Rampant. Keep getting worse in a way that is hard to stop. The rampant use of processed foods is affecting our health. The use of disposable products is rampant in the household. The rampant use of drugs among teenagers is a worrying trend. The use of pesticides is rampant in the agriculture industry. Prioritize. Treat something as more important than others. The organization was formed to prioritize the needs of older people. They decided which important issues to prioritize and which to ignore. The government plans to prioritize the fight against crime this year. Prioritize work, related parties, and attend only the most important ones. Maximum. The greatest quantity or value attainable. The bomb was designed to cause the maximum amount of damage. Assault carries a maximum penalty of 7 years imprisonment. The demonstration was orchestrated to attract maximum publicity. Do not exceed the recommended maximum of 3 tablets a day. Contamination. Making something dirty or poisonous. The contamination of the water supply is due to agricultural waste. Wash everything thoroughly to avoid contamination with bacteria. The cause of the water contamination was due to industrial waste. Hygiene is important in food preparation to prevent contamination. Chronic. A disease lasting for a long time. Coping with a chronic pain condition can be exhausting. The patient had a chronic cough that lasted for months. The doctor recommended exercise to ease her chronic pain. The illness frequently coexists with other chronic diseases. Outlaw. Completely stop something by making it illegal. The campaign is working to outlaw the use of single-use plastics. By outlawing bad actors, we will empower many more good ones. Such a law would outlaw any models that fell below a certain standard. They passed a bill outlawing the hiring of children under the age of 12. Interrupt. To stop or hinder by breaking in. It is disrespectful to interrupt someone while they are speaking. Please feel free to interrupt me if you don't understand anything. The interrupt request was caused by a faulty network connection. Let's set a boundary and not interrupt each other during meetings. Abundant. Existing or available in large quantities. Sodium is one of the most abundant elements in the Earth's crust. If we set clear goals, we can have an abundant sense of purpose. The garden was abundant with blooming flowers and buzzing bees. Shandong province is famous for its abundant agricultural resources. Complication. Something that makes a situation more difficult. Blood clots can be a serious complication of certain cancers. The bad weather added a further complication to our journey. The differences lie in the detail and complication in the two cases. Many need help with disease complications or treatment side effects. Anticipate. Think that something will probably happen. We anticipate within the next week we will finish the project. The employees anticipate towards a well-deserved promotion. They anticipate moving to bigger premises by the end of the year. We anticipate the temperature to go down as winter approaches. Backward. Having made less progress than is normal or expected. The economy is moving backward due to the ongoing pandemic. Because of his long illness, Mike is backward in his math study. The dancer moved backward gracefully during the performance. The musician played the song backward, creating a unique sound. Archive. A collection of historical documents or records. The archive file is organized chronologically for better navigation. The archive file is regularly updated to include new information. Manifold examples of his work have been preserved in the city archives. The archive was a compendium of historical documents and artifacts. Alleviate. To make pain or problems less severe. Taking a nap can alleviate exhaustion and improve focus. Doing a puzzle can alleviate boredom and mental fog. Listening to music can alleviate boredom and improve mood. A cup of tea can alleviate headaches and migraines. Promote. To contribute to the growth or prosperity. We actively promote the use of alternative transport methods. The aim of the foundation is to promote education in deprived areas. The organization's mission is to promote environmental conservation. The school organized a book fair to promote literacy among students. Discrimination. Distinguishing between two or more people or things. There is widespread discrimination against doctors of Asian origin. She says she wants to tackle discrimination against working mums. People from ethnic minorities often face prejudice and discrimination. The law has done little to prevent racial discrimination and inequality. Disorder. Lack of order or regular arrangement. A disorder can make it hard for someone to make friends. The psychologist has diagnosed the behavioral disorder. The child's congenital disorder affected his mobility and hearing. Down syndrome is the most common chromosomal disorder. Urban. Relating to, or characteristic of a town or city. The eminences of the skyscrapers dominated the urban landscape. Traditional beliefs still flourish alongside a modern urban lifestyle. The speaker gave an interesting presentation on rapid urban development. All rural community settlements were classified according to their size. Efficient. Working in a well-organized and competent way. It is about making our energy system more efficient and productive. Renewable energy sources are often more efficient and sustainable. An efficient public transportation system can reduce traffic congestion. The car's hybrid engine is highly efficient in terms of fuel consumption. Articulate. The ability to speak fluently and coherently. Being well-spoken and articulate can make you more attractive. The student was asked to articulate the main themes of the novel. The speaker was able to articulate his ideas with great precision. These new courses are designed to articulate with university degrees. Sovereignty. Supreme power, or authority of a country. The sovereignty of a country is recognized by other nations. The king's crown was a symbol of his royalty and sovereignty. The sovereignty of a nation is important for its independence. The sovereignty of a country is a source of stability and security. Preserve. Maintain something in its original or existing state. We should preserve our relationships by being honest and kind. The government has set up laws to preserve endangered species. We should preserve our planet by recycling and reducing waste. The mummy was wrapped in layers of cloth to preserve the body. Biodiversity. The enormous variety of life on Earth. The rainforest biome is known for its high levels of biodiversity. We need to restore habitats in urban areas to support biodiversity. The loss of biodiversity can have negative impacts on human health. The ocean has the greatest biodiversity, with the widest array of species. Safeguard. To protect someone or something from harm. Online privacy policies are designed to safeguard consumer rights. The company implemented new measures to safeguard its data. We must safeguard our democracy by exercising our right to vote. Many people took second jobs as a safeguard against unemployment. Amendment. An official change made to a law or contract. The 19th Amendment granted women the right to vote in 1920. The legislature voted against the proposed amendment. The amendment was controversial but ultimately passed. The amendment was proposed in response to public outcry. Courteous. Polite, respectful, or considerate in manner. Being polite and courteous is a kind way to show you value manners. We can contribute by being respectful and courteous to others. When attending a formal event, it's courteous to dress appropriately. Make sure to be courteous to your neighbors by keeping the noise down. Artifact. Old object with historical importance. The museum has a fascinating collection of Celtic artifacts. The artifact was discovered in a hidden chamber of a pyramid. The intricate design of the artifact fascinated art enthusiasts. The artifact's display included detailed information about its origin. Work shift. Work schedule that is performed in rotations. The work shift hours can be flexible depending on the workload. The work shift assignment is based on seniority and availability. She requested a change in her work shift due to personal reasons. The work shift timing is adjusted during holidays and weekends. Intensify. Make the best or most effective use of a situation. Ignoring the issue will only intensify the problem in the long run. Consuming processed foods can intensify inflammation in the gut. The coach urged his team to intensify the fight and score more goals. Britain is intensifying its efforts to secure the release of the hostages. Role model. Someone we admire and try to imitate. A leader can be a role model who sets examples for children. The value of role models should be appreciated in school. She is a kind lady and an excellent role model for the children. Parent or teacher can be a good role model for young people. Accelerate. Make something happen faster or greater. The cheetah can accelerate to a speed of 70 miles per hour. The car began to accelerate as soon as the light turned green. The moon's gravity caused the spacecraft to accelerate forward. Environmental factors can accelerate the development of certain cancers. Discipline. Training to act in accordance with rules. The discipline of study can help children develop good work habits. Children show discipline by being organized with their schoolwork. Negligent behavior of a child can be a sign of a lack of discipline. Most of the parents hesitate on how to discipline their children. Truancy. Staying away from school without permission. The law imposes liability on parents for their child's truancy. The school implemented a new policy to reduce truancy rates. The parents were charged with assisting their child in truancy. The authority collaborated with schools to address truancy issues. Traverse. To move or travel through an area. The climbers made a dangerous traverse across the glacier. The bird had to traverse through the storm to reach its nest. The cheetah had to traverse the open plains to catch its prey. To reach the summit, we had to traverse through a dense forest. Bullying. Abuse and mistreatment of someone. Sometimes, bullying can cause a decrease in academic success. He explains why bullying has such a big effect during teenage years. In many cases, the punishment for bullying is expulsion from school. Some parents think that schools aren't doing enough about bullying. Adolescent. Person who is developing into an adult. Peer pressure can be a major influence on adolescent behavior. Social media can have a big impact on adolescent mental health. During our adolescent years, we struggled with self-esteem issues. The adolescent years are a time of exploration and self-discovery. Conquer. To defeat someone or something. The team aimed to conquer with their exceptional performance. Our purpose is not only to conquer nature but also to remake nature. His physical disability has been no obstacle for him to conquer his dreams. The day will soon come when we will conquer space and travel to the moon. Upbringing. The care and training of young children. The behaviors of a child can be influenced by culture and upbringing. The influences of our upbringing shape our beliefs and values. The parent has dominion over their child's upbringing and discipline. The scientists studied the effects of an affectionless upbringing. Reconcile. Restore friendly relations between people. It is sometimes difficult to reconcile science and religion. The two friends were able to reconcile after a misunderstanding. It's important to reconcile your past mistakes and move forward. The government is trying to reconcile with the indigenous people. Nurture. How that baby is raised or taken care of. Good parents nurture their children to make them happy adults. As a record company executive, his job is to nurture young talent. Nature has the strongest influence on how children develop. The human organism learns partly by nature, and partly by nurture. Emphasize. To give special importance to something. The writer used bold font to emphasize the important words. Speaking with hand gestures can help emphasize your points. We tried to emphasize our good points without sounding boastful. You can use italics or capitals to emphasize a word in a piece of writing. Breadwinner. A person who earns money to support their family. The role of the breadwinner is an important one in many families. Being a breadwinner can be a source of pride for some students. When a father died, a child became the breadwinner of the family. The breadwinner in a family may feel a lot of pressure to succeed. Peer pressure. Strong influence of a group, especially of children. The teenager's behavior was influenced by peer pressure. Negative peer pressure can lead to poor decision-making. Many children experience negative peer pressure in high school. Peer pressure can promote crimes among school children. Optimize. To make the best possible use of something. The investor wants to optimize returns on her investments. You can optimize your workout routine to get better results. We can optimize our independence by doing things on our own. The new systems have been optimized for running Microsoft Windows. Conjecture. Theory without sufficient evidence for proof. The future of the province remains a matter of conjecture. A conjecture can be supported by multiple pieces of evidence. The philosopher made a conjecture about the meaning of life. The mathematician used a counterexample to disprove the conjecture. Dismantle. To take something apart, or break down. It is important to challenge and dismantle all forms of racism. The authorities are working to dismantle the smuggling network. The revolt against the police aimed to dismantle corrupt practices. They decided to dismantle the machine and start again from scratch. Constitution. The set of political principles. The Constitution is a set of rules that govern our country. The High Court has the power to interpret the Constitution. An absolute majority is necessary to change the Constitution. The Constitution guarantees our basic rights and freedoms. Delegate. To act for or represent another or others. To delegate effectively, you need to remember a few simple rules. We need to delegate across for a more collaborative team effort. The supervisor will delegate tasks to the workers in the warehouse. The team captain showed us how to delegate tasks during the game. Horizontal. Flat or level, parallel with the ground. The hiker followed the horizontal line of the trail through the forest. Rotate this ball slowly from the horizontal into a vertical position. The surveyor marked a horizontal line on the map to represent the river. The artist used a ruler to create a precise horizontal line in the artwork. Exposure. The act of exposing, laying open, or uncovering. Prolonged exposure to the sun can cause skin cancer. Exposure to cold weather without proper clothing can lead to frostbite. Exposure to lead is known to damage the brains of young children. The musician's first exposure to the stage was a memorable experience. Hinder. Stop someone or something from making progress. It's not clear whether the change will help or hinder our project. Narrow-mindedness can hinder personal growth and development. Overgeneralized assumptions can hinder effective communication. Some argue that conservatisms hinder progress and social change. Arbitration. The use of a negotiator to settle a dispute. The employee's wage claim was resolved through arbitration. The settlement of the dispute was made through arbitration. The two parties decided to settle their contest in arbitration. They signed a treaty to settle all border disputes by arbitration. Tranquil. Calm and peaceful and without noise. The tranquil music helped me focus and concentrate on my work. The meditation music created a tranquil atmosphere in the room. The sound of the waves crashing on the shore was very tranquil. The yoga instructor will show us the best way to reach a tranquil state. Fellow. A person granted funds for advanced study. She always helps her fellow students prepare for their exams. Helping fellow tribe members should cement our social ties. My fellow worker is always open to feedback and suggestions. His views have excited a lively controversy among fellow scientists. Combat. Fight or contest between individuals or groups. The police are planning sterner measures to combat crime. If we combat unfairness, we can promote hope and optimism. The government will instigate new measures to combat terrorism. Your companies must be at the forefront of combating those issues. Bureaucracy. A system for controlling or managing a country. The bureaucracy is responsible for managing government affairs. The bureaucracy is often criticized for its lack of transparency. The bureaucracy of the court system can be slow and expensive. Simplifying policy can help reduce bureaucracy and save time. Obesity. The condition of being very fat or overweight. There is a correlation between lack of physical activity and obesity. Obesity is a major risk factor that can increase diabetes incidence. Consuming too much sugar can undermine health and lead to obesity. The number of people suffering from obesity is increasingly alarming. In-depth. Covering many or all important points of a subject. You can find a more in-depth description of the full process here. This is a well-written and in-depth text as well as a valuable resource. The event will be followed by an in-depth interview and a Q&A session. We will be providing in-depth coverage of the election as the results come in. Contribute. To contribute money or resources to something. I believe that each of us can contribute to the future of the world. Regular outings contribute to a sense of fellowship among co-workers. There are all sorts of other things that could have contributed to that. Students are encouraged to contribute articles to the university magazine. Sanction. Official permission or approval for an action. The government may sanction individuals who evade taxes. The committee refused to sanction the proposed budget cuts. The president may sanction countries that support terrorism. The government will refuse to sanction any illegal activities. Moderate. Keeping within reasonable or proper limits. The amount of time we spend on social media should be moderate. The company had a moderate budget for its marketing campaign. The book was written in a moderate language, and it is easy to understand. Moderate exercise, such as walking or bathing, is recommended by doctors. Collaboration. The act of working together with other people. Victory cannot be achieved without teamwork and collaboration. The two musicians had an amicable collaboration on a new song. The two companies are working in close collaboration each other. The best outcomes come from collaboration and shared knowledge. Cope with. To deal successfully with a difficult situation. The tragedy of a terminal illness can be difficult to cope with. Some individuals have a dependence on alcohol to cope with stress. He had to cope with the challenge of adjusting to a new environment. They may have to widen the road to cope with the increase in traffic. Referendum. A direct vote by the electorate on a proposal. We can vote for or against a particular issue in a referendum. The referendum was a chance for citizens to voice their opinions. The referendum gives legitimacy to the constitutional corrections. A referendum is a way to participate in the decision-making process. Trust. Reliance on the integrity, strength, and ability. Love and trust are such emotions that are most profound in humans. Mutual trust can be gained when you share your true feelings. Trust your partner in a dance, and you'll move together beautifully. It is the same as failing to trust everybody and trusting nobody. Compelling. arousing or denoting strong interest. The writer will demonstrate how to write a compelling story. The argument was compelling except for the lack of evidence. The documentary was so compelling that it won several awards. The evidence was so compelling that he felt constrained to accept it. Persuade. To make someone agree to do something. The purpose of the presentation is to persuade the audience. Charisma can help to persuade people to your point of view. Communicate like a salesperson to persuade and convince others. People tried to persuade him to go for a more gradual reform program. Bilateral. Involving two groups, or countries. The bilateral meeting between the two leaders was productive. The bilateral agreement was a result of months of negotiations. Both parties must fulfill their obligations in a bilateral contract. The bilateral talks were held to discuss the issues of mutual interest. Habitually. An established way of being or acting. The organization relies habitually on donations to fund their projects. The team had been relying habitually on their star player to win games. They would rely habitually on their travel agent to plan their vacations. The organization relies habitually on volunteers to carry out their mission. Privacy. The state of being free from public attention. Up until now, we've managed to maintain our total privacy. The information you provide to us is held in absolute privacy. She has been comparatively successful in maintaining her privacy. You've read and accepted the user agreement and privacy policy. Urge. To encourage someone, or support earnestly. She had an urge to read more books and expand her knowledge. I have an urge to learn a new language and embrace new cultures. He had an urge to embrace change and adapt to new opportunities. We urge you to adopt all necessary measures to guarantee people's safety. Legislation. Set of laws suggested by a government. Lawmakers are responsible for creating and passing legislation. The politician was ambivalent about the proposed legislation. The new legislation will increase penalties for drunk driving. The legislation will provide tax breaks for low-income families. Safety. The state of being protected from danger. Safety equipment should be easily accessible in case of emergencies. The safety of the passengers on board is the responsibility of the airline. Safety measures are implemented to prevent workplace discrimination. Safety gear is mandatory for participants in extreme sports competitions. Arid. Very dry and without enough rain for plants. Artificial rain can be used to support ecosystems in arid areas. The crops will not grow in the arid ground because of dry soil. A desert is essentially a dry and arid area with little vegetation. The landmasses of the Middle East are known for their arid climates. Manifestation. Clear sign of something existing or happening. Persecutions can be a manifestation of deep-rooted prejudices. The uprising was a manifestation of corruption and abuse of power. These latest riots are a clear manifestation of growing discontent. Unlike deforestation, global warming has no visible manifestation. Generalize. Make general statements about people or things. It's easy to generalize when you don't understand the full story. We need more evidence before we can generalize a conclusion. It is inadvisable to generalize from the results of a single experiment. We are now in a position to generalize the lessons we have learned. Confess. To make an acknowledgement or admission. It's important to confess and take responsibility for your actions. He was forced to confess to stealing the money from the company. It's never easy to confess when you know you did something wrong. If you confess your mistake, you may be pardoned of any wrongdoing. Corporate. Relating to a large company or group. The audit process is an essential part of corporate governance. The promotion allowed her to advance up the corporate ladder. The corporate image is important for the company's reputation. A reduction in corporate tax should act as a stimulus to economic activity. Influencer. Person who uses social media to sell products. He aims to be an influencer of technological innovation. Use your platform to be the influencer of important social issues. They invited many Instagram influencers to the launch party. Young people try to focus on their careers as influencers full-time. Capable. Able to do things effectively and skillfully. Our eyes are capable of seeing only a narrow spectrum of light. They built a digital robot capable of understanding spoken commands. It shows that preschool children are capable of thinking in abstract terms. She appeared hardly capable of conducting a coherent conversation. Assert. To state firmly that something is true. The lawyer tried to assert in court that his client was innocent. The country had to assert its national identity to the world. When negotiating, speak with conviction to assert your position. Children usually like to assert their independence from their parents. Catastrophe. A sudden and widespread disaster. The oil spill is a catastrophe for the sensitive marine environment. The catastrophe caused a major disruption in the local economy. The catastrophe was a wake-up call for better disaster preparedness. These new policies could lead the country to environmental catastrophe. Bias. A preference for one thing over another. It's important to recognize bias when reading news articles. The psychologist gave an example of a common cognitive bias. We should be open-minded and not let bias cloud our judgment. The survey's questions showed a bias towards a certain outcome. Coherent. Logical and well-organized, easy to understand. The 3 years of the course are planned as a coherent whole. The public speaker's coherent presentation captivated the audience. The writer maintained coherence throughout the research paper. He tried to fit the pieces of evidence together to make a coherent whole. Mature. Fully developed physically, full-grown. He always handles criticism in a mature and constructive manner. A mature person can handle change without getting overwhelmed. The company is looking for a mature candidate to fill the position. It's important to have a mature attitude when working with others. Censorship. Prohibition of any parts of books, films, or news. The authoritarian regime was known for its strict censorship laws. Censorship can limit access to important information and ideas. Without the freedom of the press, censorship would be rampant. The issue of censorship in art and media is a controversial topic. Violation. The action of violating someone or something. It was clear that they had acted in violation of the current laws. The black market for body organs is a violation of human dignity. Refugee workers said such action was a violation of medical ethics. The attack on civilians is a deliberate violation of the peace agreement. Combine. Join or merge to form a single unit or substance. When we combine different shapes, we are doing integration. The two sports teams will combine to compete in a tournament. The company decided to combine two departments to save money. The two old businesses are to combine to form one big new business. Trend. Currently popular, especially on social media. There's been an upward trend in sales in the last few years. Nowadays, the fashion trend is spread via celebrity endorsements. The trend of plant-based diets is gaining momentum worldwide. TikTok trend has become one of the pressing issues on social media. Depletion. Reduction in the amount or number. The industrial age resulted in the depletion of natural resources. The depletion of groundwater can have long-term consequences. Greenhouse emissions have led to the depletion of the ozone layer. The government hosted an international conference on ozone depletion. Hinder. Limit the ability of someone to do something. Fear of being judged by others can hinder personal growth. Higher interest rates could hinder the economic growth of a country. Communication barriers can hinder understanding between people. Tight, restrictive clothing will work to hinder your athletic performance. Eradication. The complete destruction of something. The educational campaign aims to eradicate bullying in schools. We must work together to eradicate inequality in the workplace. The new technology may eradicate the need for paper documents. The eradication of smallpox by vaccination was the greatest triumphs. Artificial. Made by human work or art, not by nature. There is no sugar in this gum, it only has artificial sweeteners. Candy is full of artificial colors to make it attractive to children. Genetic reproduction can be induced artificially in the laboratory. He drew a quite artificial distinction between men and women readers. Shrink. Become or make smaller in size or amount. The company had to shrink its workforce due to budget cuts. My confidence tends to shrink upon receiving negative feedback. The once beautiful garden began to shrink apart due to neglect. The fabric can stretch and shrink depending on how it's washed. Cybercrime. Criminal activity that is done using the internet. The rate of cybercrime has increased with the rise of technology. The epidemic of cybercrime is a threat to our online security. The cyber world has given rise to cybercrime and hacking. The Interpol has a specialized unit for combating cybercrime. Assistance. The action of helping someone by sharing work. The librarian provided assistance with the research project. The agency helps people who are in need of legal assistance. The policeman responded to the emergency call for assistance. The company needs more financial assistance from the government. Lenient. More merciful or tolerant than expected. The library was lenient toward students who returned books late. The college was lenient with the dress code for the casual event. He believes the government is already lenient with drug traffickers. Phil was not happy about the lenient punishment his attacker received. Endorsement. The action of supporting someone or something. Endorsement deals are a part of sports in all major leagues. The athlete received compensation for the endorsement deal. Many celebrities have endorsement deals with various brands. The celebrity's endorsement helped to popularize the brand. Conflicting. Not able to be right or happen together. The conflicting information caused confusion for the customers. He used technology to mediate between conflicting political goals. There have been conflicting reports on the number of people killed. The jury heard conflicting evidence from 3 different witnesses. Permanent. For a long time or for all time in the future. The doctor recommended a permanent lifestyle change for better health. The changes to the curriculum are meant to have a permanent impact. The company offers permanent positions to its top-performing employees. They made a permanent commitment to each other when they got married. Mainstream. Accepted by the largest number of people. Mainstream media uses multiple channels to reach their audience. Indigenous peoples are underrepresented in mainstream media. The artist avoids mainstream trends and creates unique artwork. The musician is anti-mainstream, but he still wants to be famous. Intelligence. Ability to understand and think about things. Knowing others is intelligence, knowing yourself is true wisdom. Intelligence testing can reveal cognitive strengths and weaknesses. Emotional intelligence workshops aim to improve interpersonal skills. Artificial intelligence has the potential to revolutionize the healthcare system. Propaganda. Information, especially of a biased or misleading nature. The truth can be distorted by propaganda and misinformation. The movie was accused of promoting anti-American propaganda. Soviet propaganda was used to promote the communist ideology. Propaganda campaigns often distort the history of past events. Condemn. To criticize something or someone strongly. Political leaders united to condemn the latest wave of violence. We must condemn the spread of fake news and misinformation. Some residents have condemned the work as a waste of money. The organization launched a campaign to condemn the child labor. Zenith. The strongest or most successful period of time. The students' motivation was at its zenith before the final exams. The telescope was adjusted to measure zenith angles more precisely. The writer's storytelling skills were at their zenith in her latest novel. Once Japan was at the zenith of its technical advancement and innovation. Emergence. The process of coming into existence or prominence. The emergence of a new holiday can create new traditions. The emergence of a new trend can influence fashion and style. The emergence of the internet has made communication easier. The emergence of a new genre can influence art and literature. Assurance. State of being sure or certain about something. Progress is the activity of today and the assurance of tomorrow. The consultant spoke with assurance during the client meeting. The company puts assurance upon the timely delivery of orders. Quality assurance is a key component of a company's reputation. Racism. The belief that people of some races are inferior to others. The authorities are taking steps to combat racism in schools. We think racism is unconsciously inherent in practically everyone. The ugly history of racism in many countries cannot be ignored. Poverty can be a result of systemic racism and discrimination. Distortion. To change the appearance, sound, or shape. The distortion of the image caused by the curvature of the lens. Audio signals can be transmitted along cables without distortion. The water droplets on the window created a distortion of the view. The speaker's words had a distortion due to the background noise. Productivity. The state or quality of being productive. A comfortable working environment will increase productivity. New machinery has enhanced the company's overall productivity. Computers have greatly increased productivity in our day-to-day life. There is a linear relationship between salaries and productivity. Ancestor. A relative who lived a long time ago. The tribal religion was a mix of animism and ancestor worship. Man was evolved from an ancestor that was probably arboreal. The concept of ancestor worship is deeply rooted in Asian societies. Our ancestor was a skilled craftsman who made beautiful pottery. Work-life balance. Division of one's time between work and family. Work-life balance should be maintained for an effective life. Finding that perfect work-life balance is the modern holy grail. Having a work-life balance is one of the keys to having a happy life. New Zealanders have a work-life balance higher than the average. Census. A periodic count of the population. Later census figures were published as they became available. The government will carry out a census to gather population data. The census is important because it helps us plan for the future. The census is used to determine the poverty rate in different areas. Incentive. thing that motivates or encourages to do something. The company operates a share incentive scheme for its workers. A little bonus will give the employees an incentive to work harder. An incentive can be a way to make someone feel encouraged. The new incentive program has been well received by employees. Deterioration. The process of becoming progressively worse. Mental and physical deterioration both occur naturally with age. The deterioration of the economy led to widespread unemployment. The deterioration of certain materials over time is unpreventable. The historical documents were microfilmed to prevent deterioration. Entrepreneur. Person who organizes and manages any enterprise. An entrepreneur is more than just a risk-taker, he is a visionary. The entrepreneur takes business risks in the hope of making a profit. There are two schools of thought about what makes an entrepreneur. You need more than ambition to become a successful entrepreneur. Comply. To act according to an order. The airline passengers must comply with security measures. The company had to comply with environmental regulations. All students must comply with the code of conduct on campus. The commander said that the army would comply with the ceasefire. Job security. The state of having a job that is secure. The short-term contracts offer workers little or no job security. Workers are financially compensated for their lack of job security. Companies are finding it hard to retain staff without job security. The issues there were safety, job security, and living wages. Analogy. A comparison between one thing with another. The author used a poetic analogy to analogize love and nature. An analogy is like a bridge that connects two different concepts. The coach used a sports analogy to analogize strategy in a game. The teacher drew an analogy between the human heart and a pump.